Okay, the time is 9 a.m. and I'm going to call the regular council meeting of Wednesday, October 16th, 2024 to order for the purposes of capital budget. So with that, I will begin with the land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta District 11. We recognize that we stand upon the land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. The city honors the First Peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. Thank you. So, I will ask, I think I know all the faces that are in the audience, so I don't think there's anybody here for delegations and nobody pre-registered. So we will move directly on to City Manager introduction. Mr. Fleming, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. Typically, I try to start off with a few kind of high-level slides. The way I describe it to people is I'll tell a bit of a story, and then Mr. Eamon will come in with the facts and the information and the data after me. As always, I do really want to thank the team that worked on this. The budget is a lot of work. It's a year-long process. We get through it in the fall, and then we pretty much start up again, January, February, and whatnot. So it goes throughout the year pretty well. Everyone, all the directors for sure, and then several of the folks that report to them work very diligently on it. And then the work of our budget team to coordinate it is fantastic. Ms. Andruko and Mr. Eamon and their team. I really want to thank them for doing that. Also, just want to point out that this is the last one of this 4-year cycle of council. This is the fourth budget for this council, and want to thank council for all of their work in preparing and coming up ready to make decisions throughout the last 3 years, and for what we're about to go through over the next month or so. As always, I just mentioned there are 4 elements to the budget overall. There's the capital budget, the 10-year capital budget, the operating budget, which will start on November 14th, and the 3-year operating financial plan forecast, which is also part of the deliberations in November. So today what we're talking about is essentially the capital budget and the 10-year capital plan. Although I am going to make some comments on the upcoming operating budget starting in November. So some of the high-level considerations. This budget was a little bit different in the run-up to it because we're starting to be defined by major capital projects. We're starting to incorporate planning for, aquatics has obviously been a topic of discussion, but there's a number of other projects that are kind of in the hopper in different stages of development. And that's really starting to have an impact on both the capital and the operating budget. So that's been a little bit different than what we've seen in the last, say, 5 or 6 or 7 years. The inflationary environment, great that CIBC was just here yesterday, gave us a really good, so I don't need to talk about inflation and housing and all those things. We had experts in to do that. I did like the point that they made yesterday when they talked about how the inflation rate is cooling, but that we still have to account for some of that inflation. There's a bit of a catch-up that gets played by corporations, municipalities and whatnot, that the inflation comes in, but sometimes it's lagged in terms of how it actually hits our budget. We don't randomly increase our expenses to account for inflation. We sort of do it based on actuals, and sometimes those actuals, they lag to come in a bit. We wait and see the actual inflation and then we account for it. So you will see in the upcoming operating budget and in some of the capital projects, there will be inflationary impacts higher than what we've experienced previously. We know there's high population growth. Keeping up with population growth is a significant topic of discussion amongst administration. We haven't talked about it a lot with council. We get the census results, we release it. But within administration, we spend a lot of time making sure that we keep up and make sure our resources keep up to the population growth. And we've talked to council We've actually done growth plans for some of our major department areas that have been brought forward to council. Roads, utilities, parks are some examples. We had the RCMP here yesterday talking about their current and future resourcing needs. So keeping up, we don't want to get into an environment where the population grows and grows, and then all of a sudden we turn around and go, we're not keeping up with anything. We want to keep our services and our resourcing levels to match as the population grows. Some things in the operating budget, we are anticipating a fairly significant property tax that comes forward in the recommended budget that we're still in the process of putting together. It could be 10% or more, which by our standards is really high. I do have a slide on historical property tax rates coming up. And it's really just a combination of decisions made by the city as well as some external factors beyond our control. One of the most significant changes in the upcoming budget is we're recommending removal of the ATE revenue as a revenue source within the operating budget itself. We don't have any confirmation from the provincial government that they're going to make major changes to our ATE program, automated traffic enforcement, but on the chance that it does happen, we're incorporating that into the budget, and we're waiting on the province for final confirmation. There's been some discussion in the media about it. It was discussed at our recent Alberta Municipalities Conference, so there's talk of it out there, but nothing official. But as of now, we're accounting for it in the budget. So that would remove $1.5 million of revenue right off the get-go. We heard about the RCMP cost increases last night. I believe we have it in the budget for somewhere around $800,000. We have a funding strategy to start incorporating the operating impacts of the aquatics facility in the operating budget. That'll go in for $1.2 million. As we have it right now, we have to make an adjustment to our WCB contribution for roughly around $500,000. We've talked with council earlier this year about the neighborhood rehab program and the need for us to continue to increase that so that we can keep up with both inflation and the actual infrastructure needs of the city. So that's an additional $475,000. Inflation on electricity is one example of a number of inflationary impacts. $200,000. We still have grant money within the road rehab program budget. And we've said all along, we removed all of our grant funding from the neighborhood rehab. Now we're trying to remove the grant funding from the road rehab program. And that's in there for $300,000. Inflation on salaries and wages, $900,000. The additional sick leave reconciliation, that was discussed with the auditor back in the spring. That's $250,000. And then there's another $2 million in general inflationary related adjustments. I wouldn't describe them all here, but council will see them when the budget comes out in November. So I've spent a lot of time trying to reflect on what a large property tax increase would mean for our citizens, because certainly that's not a direction we want to take. When I look at historical property tax increases, we have done a pretty good job. Our historic property tax increases in the last 10 years have been below CPI. So a larger tax increase doesn't necessarily put us out of line with CPI, but it's still not something we want to have to do. But so if you look at it here, CPI over the last, I think it's 9 years I used, been around 26%. Our residential property tax increases in that time have gone up 14.5%, and non-residential have gone up 8.5%-ish. And I don't consider this to be a slide that talks about any sort of accomplishment on our part. There's a lot of different factors that go into these changes, some of which are within our control, some aren't. But I just, again, have spent a lot of time reflecting on what does a bigger property tax increase mean in our context. With respect to the capital budgets, again, the budget is it's a hybrid of recommendations from administration and council. It is important to note, as always, I always put this note in here that the decisions that get made in capital budget almost always will have some flow-through impact on the decisions made in the capital budget will have a flow-through impact on the operating budget. So just keep that in mind as you're considering decisions today. We still see the interest rates being higher than what we've been previously used to, although as we heard yesterday, there is an anticipation that those interest rates will come down. And then the provincial government recently made an announcement at the AB Munis conference that they were going to drop our lending rate by a small amount as well, which it is material when you talk about a project the size and scope of, say, a swimming pool. We are in a, if you look at the 10-year capital plan and just our big picture situation right now, we are entering what I consider to be a period of significant spending on a small number of major capital projects. And we do believe that inflation is cooling, but we're not entirely sure how much that's going to cool for the construction industry in particular, especially when you consider things like Dow and the $12 billion being spent next door or within our jurisdiction, but just outside the urban area. Inflation may not cool for construction as much as we hope it does, but we can't say that for sure until we get out and put our RFPs out. Our road rehab program, as I mentioned, there's still $1.8 million of grant funding that's in there. We have a long-term plan to remove that. And then again, neighborhood rehab, we've said every year we need to continue to increase that program. So that is in the capital budget as an increased cost. So when I talk about future capital projects that are in the hopper, we've got the alternative water line. There's a scoping study underway as we speak for the second fire hall. The entrance signs, you would have seen a plan for that just for design. The Bike Skills Park, there's design money for that. Material handling site, we have design money. And the aquatics facility, previously approved, so not within this budget package, but is a significant capital project that's got design money approved for it as well. And with respect to the 10-year capital plan, I would say overall, we didn't really make any major changes. Nothing sticks out in my mind. But before, as I noted, the small number of high-cost capital projects, aquatic facilities in there for $54 million, new fire station scoped out currently at $22 million, and the alternative water line at $25 million. So kind of in that 2027, 2028 range, we get close to our internally set debt capacity of 75%. I think we top out, what we're showing is at 67%. And that assumes all of the projects come in as they're scoped out in the budget cost-wise. And then I would also just make a quick note that the new DCC arena, a second ice arena at the DCC, as it's discussed in the 10-year capital plan, has entered the 5-year window of the 10-year capital plan. And if council recall, within our budget policy, when a major capital project that fits that criteria enters the 5-year window, that triggers some planning work that starts within administration and will be brought to council for discussion at some point. Ideally, at least part of that discussion would happen before the end of this council term within the next year. But that is a significant note. You don't really see it in the capital plan. Everything moves forward a year, but that's a significant project that's within the 5-year window now. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Eamon to discuss process.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming, and good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jeremy Eamon, the City's Chief Financial Officer, and joining me is Shannon Andruko, Manager, Budget and Financial Planning. I'm here to provide Council with an overview of the proposed 2025 capital budget and to go over the process we'll be following for these budget meetings. Excuse me. The capital budget meetings are scheduled for 2 days and will follow a similar process to prior years. The process ensures that Council has sufficient time to hear and deliberate the 2025 capital budget, along with the 10-year capital plan. Day 1, October 16th, Administration will be making presentations to Council and answering questions. And Day 2, October 21st, Council will deliberate the capital budget and will cover off any items from day one that require follow-up. As in prior years, Council is advised to follow the flagged items and questions process. The process allows Council to hear full presentations of the capital budget and the 10-year capital plan on day one, and to receive supplementary information as needed prior to deliberations on day two. So just a quick reminder of the flagged items process. If a council member wishes to flag an item for later discussion, the mayor will determine if there is unanimous consent. If unanimous consent is given, then the item will be considered flagged. If the item does not have consensus, or if a vote is requested by a council member, a vote will be held, and if the item receives a majority of votes, then the item will be considered flagged. Council members wishing to put forward a motion on day one that is not specific to a presented or a flagged item should give a notice of motion, which would then be addressed on day two. In addition to flagging items, Council may ask administration clarifying questions. For this purpose, department directors responsible for capital projects are here to assist. If a question cannot be readily answered by administration, or if a considerable amount of work is required, the city manager will advise Council of options for when the information can be made available. Administration will be tracking flagged items and unanswered questions for follow-up with Council. For today's meeting, administration will be making two presentations to Council, starting with the proposed 2025 capital budget, followed by a separate presentation of the proposed 10-year capital plan. In the event that we are unable to complete both presentations in the time allotted today, we will resume the presentations at the start of day one. As for the order of presentations, I'll begin with an overview of the proposed 2025 capital budget. Next, I'll present the annual capital programs for Council's review and consideration. I will also review some upcoming capital projects which are not part of the 2025 capital budget, but will come back to Council for future approval. And after that, department directors will present their respective 2025 capital budget recommendations. The directors presenting today include Mr. Schaefer, Director of Fleet, Facilities and Engineering, Mr. Gagnon, Director of Public Works, Mr. Babiak, Director of Culture and Recreation Services, Chief Martins, Director of Fire Services, and Ms. Miller, Director of Utilities and Sustainability. Once the capital budget presentations and questions have concluded, I'll then present an overview of the 10-year capital plan, and similarly, Council will have the opportunity to ask clarifying questions and or flag items specific to the 10-year capital plan. Council's formal approval of the 2025 capital budget and adoption of the 10-year capital plan is scheduled for December 10th, 2024. This coincides with Council's approval of the 2025 operating budget. And again, just a reminder, the 2025 operating budget presentations and deliberations are scheduled over 4 days in November. Before I begin my overview, I would also like to extend my appreciation to staff and administration for their hard work and efforts to prepare the budget document for these meetings. And just a reminder of the capital budget document itself, it's broken down into 3 sections. Section 1 includes the 2025 capital budget in brief, along with budget breakdowns by asset categories and funding sources. Section 2 details the proposed 2025 capital budget recommendations, and Section 3 includes information on the 10-year capital plan. Also, please note that the table of contents includes links to relevant financial policies and other supporting information. And one final reminder, the meetings are scheduled from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. We'll be breaking for lunch, and other breaks may be called as needed. Municipal infrastructure is essential for providing services which are critical to the everyday lives of citizens. Services such as safe roads, clean drinking water, fire protection, and municipal enforcement would not be possible without capital assets that function properly and are well maintained. The city is committed to careful long-term planning and budgeting of its capital assets to meet the needs of a growing community while responsibly managing its finances. The capital plan is developed in accordance with the city's operating and capital budgets policy, FIN 24-C, and meets the requirements under the Municipal Government Act. The city's capital plan consists of 2 components, the proposed 2025 capital budget and the proposed 10-year capital plan. The capital budget establishes the city's capital requirements over the next 12 months. Its primary focus is to support critical infrastructure and equipment over the short term in order to maintain service levels. The 10-year capital plan, on the other hand, assesses the city's capital requirements over a longer time horizon. It extends 9 years beyond the capital budget and responds to the future needs of the community and addresses the future maintenance and replacement of aging assets. The proposed 2025 capital budget includes total planned spending of approximately $13.6 million. With the inclusion of the upcoming capital projects, the total amounts to $16.9 million. By way of comparison, the approved 2024 capital budget totaled $19.9 million. Three major asset categories are represented in the proposed 2025 capital budget. Engineering structures related to city projects represent the largest category at $10.1 million, or just over 74% of the total capital budget. Significant projects within this category include local road and neighborhood rehabilitation for approximately $8 million, water tower refurbishment for $1.3 million, and $600,000 for the sump pump retrofit program. Planned spending on vehicles, machinery, and equipment totals approximately $3.3 million. This includes $2.2 million for equipment replacements and $1.1 million for new equipment. Land and land improvements totaled $242,500. This includes projects such as the materials handling site design, the bike skills park design, along with the disc golf course design and construction. Included in upcoming capital projects category are $2.2 million for buildings, represented by the planning and design work for the new fire station, and $1.2 million for engineering structures, represented by the initial design budget for the alternate water source project. These two projects are not included in the 2025 capital budget and will be coming back to Council for approval in 2025. For a detailed listing of the proposed 2025 capital projects by asset category, along with the operating impacts for 2025 and 26, please refer to page 1-20 in the capital budget document. Funding for the proposed 2025 capital budget comes from a variety of sources. Municipal reserves account for $5.6 million, or approximately 41% of total funding. The largest contributors include the Utilities, Infrastructure, and Equipment Reserve for $3.1 million, and the Municipal Infrastructure and Equipment Replacement Reserves for $2.1 million. Annual capital funding of approximately $4.3 million consists of approved ongoing allocations from operations, which are used to fund annual capital programs and smaller scale projects that do not qualify for capital grants. Funding is provided by operations consisting of municipal taxes, user fees and charges, fines and penalties, etc. Grant funding of $3.5 million includes capital grants of $2.4 million from the Local Government Fiscal Framework, or LGFF, and $1.1 million from the Canada Community Building Fund. Grants are generally preferred over other municipal funding sources given their reduced impact to taxpayers, and the city optimizes the use of grants annually to ensure they're being fully utilized and they comply with all provincial and/or federal requirements. And finally, trade-in values and proceeds on disposal for $263,000. Preliminary funding for the upcoming capital projects include $2.2 million in short-term borrowing for the new fire station design and a $1.2 million contribution from the Utilities, Infrastructure, and Equipment Reserve for the alternate water source design. For more information on each of these capital funding sources, please refer to Section 1, pages 4 through 7 in the capital budget document. And also a detailed listing of capital projects by funding source can be found on page 1-21. This concludes my overview of the proposed 2025 capital budget. And before I begin the next phase of the presentation, I'll describe the three main project types that are featured within the 2025 capital budget. The capital budget includes 7 annual capital programs. These programs provide for the life cycle replacement and or ongoing maintenance of aging infrastructure and equipment, and are necessary to meet current standards, maintain asset quality, and or functionality. There are 3 upcoming capital projects which are excluded from the 2025 capital budget, but have work that is currently underway. These projects will be presented to Council for approval outside of the 2025 budget process. And finally, there are 11 capital budget recommendations representing the new infrastructure, technology, and equipment required for service delivery. So first, I'll present the annual capital programs for Council's review and consideration. Detailed information on each of these programs can be found in Section 1, pages 9 through 16 in the capital budget document. As a reminder, Council is free to ask administration clarifying questions at the end of each presentation slide, and directors responsible for each of these annual capital programs are here to assist. So beginning with Project 19018, the sump pump retrofit program for $600,000. This is a continuation of the sump pump retrofit program, which began in 2017 and involves the connection of residential sump pumps with the city's underground stormwater system. The 2025 program will focus on work on Sonora Crescent and is to be funded from annual capital funding. A map of the 2025 work plan can be found on page 1-10. Project 22012, fire equipment lifecycle replacement for $700,000. This project sees the lifecycle replacement of self-contained breathing apparatus within fire services. The equipment to be replaced, which includes packs, bottles, and an air compressor, is at the end of its 15-year recommended life cycle. The replacement equipment will reflect the latest technology and include improvements to both design and functionality. The project is to be funded by the Fire Equipment Lifecycle Reserve. Project 25021, playground equipment lifecycle replacement for $350,000. This project sees replacement of the Price Alderson playground structure and is to be funded from the Playground Structures Reserve. The new playground will be designed to improve accessibility and inclusivity. Project 25100, local road rehabilitation for $2.85 million. This annual capital program maintains the city's roadways and paved parking lots to ensure safety and proper functioning as part of the annual pavement management program. Funding consists of capital grants from the local government fiscal framework and Canada Community Building Fund for approximately $1.9 million and $974,000 from annual capital funding. For 2025, the program will see an incremental increase of $350,000 in annual capital funding, with $300,000 allocated to reduce the capital grant portion and $50,000 to account for inflation. Next year will mark the third year of a proposed 7-year plan to reduce the capital grant portion related to this annual capital program. And I'll pause here to ask if Council has any questions.
Thank you. So we'll deal with these first four and we'll take questions. Councillor Kelly first.
Good morning, Jeremy. Very simple question to start with. The flagged items will be dealt with at the end of the budget process with all flagged items?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so the flagged items specific to the capital budget and 10-year capital plan will more than likely be able to deal with them on day 2 of the capital budget, so October 21st, in terms of bringing back information to Council.
Okay. I'm going to ask 2 and then turn the mic over. Mr. Fleming referenced, and you again referenced, in connection with Project 25100, which is a road rehab, the movement or reduced funding on grants. I admit after 6 years on council, I've never quite understood that reference because to me a dollar is a dollar, but maybe I've got it. So you're reducing the grant funding and moving it to something that would be in the future discretionary, budgeted for on an annual basis, on a one-time basis, because this is a commitment that we do every year and you want to make sure that we can continue to do it. Is that the process, or is that the thought process?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes, that's exactly
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I just have one question, kind of a general question for all life cycle replacements. There's a number of them today, so I just thought I would ask once. Is there any projects at all on the list today where the money that we're taking out of the life cycle replacement is more than we had saved for, or are they all, have they all come in where we expected them to come in?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon. So I think what you're asking is there any projects that will deplete those particular reserves?
Not that they'll deplete, but say if we're replacing the park and you're saying it's 350, did we save 350, or is there any of them where say we saved 300 but we need 350?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, I believe that we've accounted for them properly in terms of putting away savings in the correct amount because we've applied inflationary components to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
Hi, welcome to budget, eh? So I'm going with the same, the equipment replacement in the playground. I know in the past we've talked about an age of a playground. Is that what's coming into play here? Because I remember the splash park was built in 2007, but I don't remember the playground. Like, how old is this? What are we looking at?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, I'd like to bring, I think, probably someone from Public Works to maybe answer that question. Richard, perhaps?
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Blizzard. Normally, I believe the spreadsheet looks at a 25-year of a life cycle for a playground, saying that we do an audit on our playgrounds every 3 years. So we have experts coming in and giving us the status of where our playgrounds are. In the case of the one that we want to replace at Price Ellison Park, as you know, this one is very well used, and it's at the end of this life cycle based on our reports and based on the timing as well.
So do you know when this was built?
I will say this was in the early 2000s, potentially
So it's coming
prior to
up
my
to the
time.
25-year mark.
Yeah, I think we're getting to that. But there's also the fact that our report shows that after inspections that it's time.
Okay. One other question, playground aside, and I guess this is anything in the capital. So because this comes out of reserves, if we were to say, just for this, because we were talking about it, postpone this for 1 year, would that mean then we wouldn't need that transfer into reserves? So that would lower the operating budget in that sense?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, I think in that context, the annual contribution would continue. It would just be the expense or the withdrawal would come at a later date.
Because you're risking otherwise needing 2 playgrounds to be done or whatever else.
Correct.
In
Anything
1 year.
else that may be required, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gagnon, apparently just stay there. There's going to be another question. So, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for all of the hard work that's went into getting this budget done. My question is more of a general question before I get into the details. Annual capital fund. Okay, actually, before I get to the annual capital funding, the LGFF on page 1-5, you have an opening uncommitted balance of 1.9 million. Is that a carryover from 2024 to 2025?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoya, yes. So that would be just unspent funds from the previous year.
So the government allows us to carry over funds from previous years?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoya, not indefinitely, but yes, we can carry it over for a number of years before we have to spend it.
Okay, so let me get to my question. Mr. Fleming, in your presentation, you talked about how there are things that are outside of our control, like the ATA 1.5 million. Those are things that are out of our control. So that's technically a 4% property tax increase. And I'm looking at the annual capital funding of 4.2 million. And while I understand the concepts of that, I am wondering, in the really tough budget year, based on things outside of our control, shouldn't we maybe use funding that are available for us just to ease the tax burden on the residents for this year? Because I'm looking at the annual capital funding is 4.2 million. There's another operating impact from capital budgets of 1.1. So we're looking at 5.5 million on just the capital budgets that are impacting our operating budgets. So again, I know my question is very philosophical and very high level, but I'm wondering, like, shouldn't we be using like other funds like the grants funding, for example, to reduce the tax burden on the residents, rather than giving them an over 10% property tax increase this year?
Okay, I'm going to go to Mr. Fleming.
So through your worship, definitely council can consider strategies like that. They tend to have an impact of just deferring an expense down the road though. So I'll make up an example. I think this is sort of along the lines of what you're talking about, but let's say we said, that 475,000 that we're putting into neighborhood rehab, let's not do that this year. And that'll save almost 1% increase property tax. But then what's going to happen is we're going to have to recalibrate that program and the contributions, and the annual contribution every other year. It won't be 475,000. It'll be 500 and something thousand.
So no, I'm not saying let's not do the projects we've planned to do. I'm saying why don't we get creative and move funds from reserves, from different other sources of funding that wouldn't impact our operating budgets, which will obviously technically impact property taxes.
I'm probably not doing a good job of explaining it. There's no creative way you can move things around that doesn't create a future obligation somewhere. So we've definitely looked at that and talked about those things, and there's a lot of options. There's a lot of ways you can take MSI and put it into road rehab or whatever. Those options are there, but they create a future liability, and it might just be a sticky thing on my part. But I've never tried to bring in a budget that pushes something down the road. But you certainly can do that, and it certainly would lower this year's property tax increase.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So my second question is just looking at our ability. The government has given us ability to include recreation and fire hall in developers' levies, and I haven't seen that in our 10-year capital plan for our source of funding. Is there a reason for that?
To your worship, we are reviewing our levies right now, and we are considering incorporating fire halls as well as recreational assets into that levy. So that discussion will be happening in 2025.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to let Councillor Kelly go next because he has a question for Mr. Gagnon, and then I've got one maybe for Grant or for Mr. Fleming. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Catcher. That works perfectly because my second question would be directed at Grant as well. So I'll step back after one. I sometimes get surprised by the cost of stuff, Richard. So $350,000 for playground equipment. Please tell me that the $350,000 will give us significantly more than what is shown in the photos for the existing playground equipment. We're not just replacing, but we're getting a significant improvement. I hope that's the answer.
Your worship to Councilor Kelly, that's correct. There's a little bit of enhancement to what we see in the pictures right now, especially for accessibility and having play structures that are more accessible. And also potentially also the surface, because if you're in a wheelchair right now, you look at the surface, it's sand. How do you get there with a wheelchair? So we have to adjust the surface with some features that like we see at, I believe that the Handy's Playground is a good example where you have some hard surface, a mix of hard surface and a mix of soft surface, and also some enhancement on the play structures. So what you see pretty much at Andy's Playground is kind of like the vision we have.
Okay, thank you. I'll sign off and wait for Mayor Catcher. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think you're good. So my next question, it's probably for Mr. Schaefer. With regards to the local road rehab that we continue to increase the amount of funding for, and I do understand Mr. Fleming's comments about that we don't want to delay, but I guess the question that I have is we continue to put more money in to do more work each year, but it feels like the work is I'm going to say there's a piece here, there's a piece there, but not only that, the contractors don't seem to be able to get the work done in 1 year. Are we getting too much for the contractors to be able to actually do the work now?
Your worship, I don't think the programs are getting too large. We did have issues this year with our contractor, and I won't sugarcoat that. But the program does we try to, sorry, I'll try. When we're doing roads like the highway, we try to keep it together so it's one area that's affected. But when we get into the local, the collector, the arterial roadways, they will bounce around a little bit and be a little bit more patchwork just because they were built at different times. And when we do the assessments, it brings up specific areas that have issues. We want to get ahead of those issues so they don't become a full rebuild. We can keep it at a surface level rather than a full reconstruction of the road surface. So I don't think our programs are too big. I think this year we did have some challenges, but it is. I feel it's well within a contractor's capability to do the work in a timely manner.
Okay, so I guess my next question is, how do we hold the contractors accountable for what work we're putting out there?
Your worship, we are working on that. We do have some language in our contract right now that lets us do some of that and hold back some payments. We are looking to strengthen that language based on some of the things we're seeing in the city of Edmonton doing, so that we put some timelines or can be more strongly worded and more, I don't want to say penalty because it's not the right term, but have some language in there that lets us be a little more assertive in terms of what they're allowed to do and when, and hold them more accountable to the timelines.
Okay, I'll reserve the rest of my comments. Let's see, Councillor Nguyen, you haven't gone yet, so you will go next.
Yeah, thanks. On the same topic, because I think the local road rehab budget this year was allocated to Veterans Way resurfacing. What are we looking at? You have a nice breakdown for neighborhood rehab, but what is upcoming? I guess that we'd be seeing for the CPI index work.
Your worship, the Councillor Nguyen. So local road rehab in terms of the actual program is always a little bit delayed. We're always asked this question at this time of year, but we don't have the answer yet. The reports we do to tell us, we don't just rely on just the report, but they give us that initial overview of where we should be come out in right around this time of year. So I don't have that specific answer where we're going to be. As soon as we get it, we'll generate that map and distribute it. But the program is set up based on the value and the amount of work we need to do every year to make sure that we maintain our pavement quality to a certain level. At the PQI of 6.5 is what we aim for, kind of that balance between spending new and what that requires for maintenance. So we'll be bringing that information back. We just don't have it all today.
Okay, yeah, fair enough, and I look forward to seeing that. And then, secondly, so we're reducing the reliance on LGFF, and what's the funding source for the extra I think it's $350,000.
Through your worship, Councillor Nguyen. So the remainder, the non-capital grant, is funded through annual capital funding.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Kelly, I'll go back to you since you were on round 2.
Thank you. Grant, my favorite subject, sump pump. When I look at our page 16, which has a map showing Sienna Gate, Block 1, or Priority 1 and Priority 2, I think you indicate in your report that Priority 1 would be obviously year 25. So what is this cost per lot? Because the budget is 600. So is it like 20 grand a lot? Is that what it's costing the city to get this work done approximately?
Your worship, Councillor Kelly, it's probably in that range. It does depend specific on what needs to happen at each property, but we're doing about 30-ish homes a year, yes.
What have we changed in the city's engineering standards or development standards to ensure that this problem doesn't resurface going forward?
So your worship, Councillor Kelly, I believe it was 2013 when we updated those standards. We've done it since, but the first update where we addressed this, and every home or every new lot that's constructed has a storm sewer connection to it already. So every house that's been built since 2014 under the new standard has that connection already built in.
So every street or road surface every house will have access, first of all, to a storm sewer, because I think some of the older developments don't even have that. And secondly, then, once the storm sewer is in, every new home will have a gravity feed from the sump coming out of the house, a gravity feed down to the storm sewer. Is that how it will work?
Your worship, Councillor Kelly, yes to most of it, other than they still have to pump the water into that gravity feed from the sump into the gravity feed.
That's my point.
Yes.
The storm sewer is not deep enough to have a gravity feed from the footings of the house. It has to come up and then gravity feed down.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Batoye.
Hello, Mr. Schaefer. So my first question is, what is the percentage completion of this project? Talking about the sump pump retrofit program.
Your worship, Councillor Batoye, so we, between this year's program and next year's program, we would be complete in Sienna, north of Sienna Boulevard, which was our first focus area. And then we'll be moving into South Point neighborhood.
Okay.
We'll probably be, based on current funding levels, in that 8 to 10 year mark to get those higher priority areas within South Point. And then there are, I'd say, sporadic blocks in different locations that we've identified that were built around that 2013 range, where we'd have to go in and do some extra work. A little bit in Sienna, south of Sienna Boulevard, a little bit along Meadowview Drive, some of those original areas.
So, but we don't have any more of it, because I see you have them color coded here, the yellow, orange, and the red. The red obviously be the worst. So do we have any more of the reds? Because I don't see that in your drawing here.
Your worship, Councillor Batoye, I believe there's one or two small sections in South Point that would be considered red based on this criteria, and then there's some orange ones there. Meadowview, the areas we'd be going into along Meadowview Drive are in that red and orange, depending which block it is.
So do we prioritize the reds over the oranges? Because when the reds means that they're much higher risk. I'm guessing, what's this average rating you're talking about? What are those numbers?
Your worship, Councillor Batoye, we did a report before we started this program in 2016, I believe. And so we went through the neighborhoods. We came up with a rating criteria based on are we seeing water being pumped? Have they residents, maybe not rightly, but connected to the sanitary sewer rather than through the storm, or pumping on the ground? Are we seeing damage to sidewalks, to curbs, those kinds of things? And we evaluated each block on a block by block basis, giving points for certain things, and that's where the rating came from. So that's what we've been using to kind of generate where we're going. We did start, and we did in Sienna, we did all the red areas first, and now we have, I think there was 3 sections that were orange within Sienna. We felt it was better to finish off the area before moving on to South Point. Most of those areas in red now in South Point have connected to the sanitary, have a temporary permission to connect to sanitary. So we want to get those off now as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, you're next.
Grant, so obviously soil conditions and subsurface soil determines how we deal with these types of problems. Is that reasonable? Fair assumption?
Your worship, Councillor Harris, that's probably the cause of the problem, I guess.
So
yes.
Some areas like Sienna, for example, were fundamentally a problem from a design standpoint going into the past. The question that I've got is, there were several locations in West Park on River Park Drive and whatnot. Were those cleaned up? Because they ultimately were very significant, because that was an engineered clay area, and I think there were maybe 3 or 4 properties that were really problematic. Were those resolved?
Your worship, Councillor Harris, those haven't been resolved yet. They are kind of at the back end of this program because they have some temporary solutions in place. They've connected to sanitary and things like that, but they are still known about. And
so that work through was still in place and will be in place for a while because it's effectively been addressed.
For the most part, yes.
Yeah, okay, good. So we're just dealing with the new stuff that we didn't anticipate was an engineering problem when we approved the designs.
That's correct.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to double check. Your question, is it related to one of the four of these for now? Okay. Go ahead.
So I have a fire equipment life cycle replacement question. Oh, I thought the fire chief isn't here. So is someone going to answer the question?
It's okay. You can ask the question. Mr. Fleming may answer it,
So
or
it's just
they'll take it for information.
It's really a basic question. I was just curious as to know, like, how many of these equipments have been replaced and what's the cost per equipment? Do you know?
Oh, there he is.
Right in time. Good morning, Chief. How are you?
Good morning. Sorry about that, Your Worship.
No worries. Okay, so my question is just a general question. I'm just curious to know how many of these fire equipments have been replaced and what is the cost per equipment? Do you have the numbers for that? And is there some sort of replacement and repair costs also included in this 700,000?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye. So this is replacing our current SCBA, self-containing breathing apparatus. We have about 35 packs, masks, harnesses, bottles, and then we have an additional spare bottle that we run with each pack. So this is replacing our current that we have. The maintenance isn't figured in. This is just the cost of what I explained there. And we also have 4 of our rapid intervention packs that we have. So there are RIT packs. This allows us the capability to refill inside of a building. So there's 4 of those packs included in this as well.
Okay, so you're replacing everything.
Correct.
35. Okay,
as well as the compressor to fill our bottles, as well as the compressor has the ability to fill our ladder truck. We have bottles on our ladder truck. In the event we need to fill on that ladder, we have the capability to do that, and our current compressor doesn't fill that to its full capability.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's very important for us to be replacing them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kelly.
It's not a question. I want to congratulate the fire department for a great program Saturday afternoon.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like all of those for those 4.
Thank you, Your Worship. And moving on, Project 25200, Neighborhood Rehabilitation for approximately $5.2 million. This annual capital program ensures neighborhood infrastructure such as sidewalks, water lines, and sewer lines meet current standards and is not at risk due to deteriorating conditions. Scheduled work for 2025 includes the final phase of Low Avenue to 101st Street, water line replacement on 101st Street from 97th Avenue to 99th Avenue, and sewer line replacement on 108th Street between 99th and 98th Avenues. The program is to be funded by the Utilities, Infrastructure, and Equipment Reserve for approximately $3.1 million and annual capital funding of approximately $2.1 million. Pursuant to the Neighborhood Rehabilitation Report presented to Council in early 2024, the program will see an incremental increase of approximately $475,000 in 2025 from annual capital funding, bringing the total to approximately $521,000, with a corresponding decrease of $45,750 to the reserve. Project 25300, Information Technology Equipment Lifecycle Replacement for approximately $147,000. The city's information technology network and infrastructure is the collection of physical and virtual resources that support the flow and processing of information between city facilities. Timely replacement of critical networking components at the end of their life cycle helps safeguard the city's digital information from cyber threats and supports the city's operations and business activities. For 2025, core network switches will be replaced at City Hall and the Dow Centennial Center. As well, the uninterruptible power supply at the Protective Services Building will be replaced along with upgrades to the camera system at City Hall and city Wi-Fi system access points. The project is to be wholly funded from the IT Equipment Reserve. And Project 25400, Fleet and Equipment Replacement for $1,028,410. This program sees the annual life cycle replacement of certain vehicle, fleet, and equipment. As part of the city's asset management program, fleet and equipment continually undergo condition assessments to evaluate the need for replacement. Ensuring that replacements occur at the optimal time reduces maintenance costs and helps improve fuel economy. Some of the assets scheduled for replacement in 2025 include 2 medium-duty pickup trucks, 2 skid steers, a light-duty municipal enforcement vehicle, tool cat, and an open space mower. Funding for this project includes approximately $765,000 from the Mobile Equipment and Vehicle Fleet Reserve and $263,000 from trade-in values and proceeds on disposal. And again, I'll pause here to ask if council has any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll start the first question. So once again, incremental increase, which is a little more an incremental of $474,000 from annual capital funding, which is almost 1%. And I know, Mr. Fleming, you answered that in the previous one, but how many years do we have left where we're going to continue this incremental increase, because it's 1% on either side of these?
Yeah, through your worship, we're trying to recall the report we brought to council a few months ago, but in my mind, the increase will go on indefinitely. Like the program has to keep up with inflation, and on top of that, the program needs to grow in terms of the amount of infrastructure we're able to replace each year in order to make sure we keep up with the whole city. So I don't believe there's a timeline we have where that's going to go away. It's something I would say we have to get used to. There might be opportunities along the way for us to drastically change the arc of that increase. So if we get heavy industrial property tax revenue in, those are good opportunities where you could make a larger contribution and bring down the need for annual increases, or the possibility that when the sump pump program's done, that funding could transfer into neighborhood rehab and change the arc of the increase. But it's going to be with us for a long time.
Okay, thank you. And the second question that I have is on the fleet and equipment life cycle. I guess the question that I have is, it feels like vehicles are lasting longer and longer. So when you look at your fleet, I know back in the day it used to be 10 or 12 years that you would replace a vehicle. So have we made any adjustments to when we're replacing our equipment because the modern equipment seems to be lasting longer?
Your worship, our base is still about, for light duty and medium duty pickups, those types of vehicles are 12 years. We will extend where we can. Sometimes we have to bring things forward. It depends on the condition of the equipment. Typically we're finding it's not, our equipment is actually, especially that type of equipment, is considered severe duty because it never gets out on the highway and actually gets run. There's a lot of hours on these trucks, and that tends to wear out engine components. That gets hard on the transmissions and then the rear ends, things like that. So we do evaluate it 12 years to make sure that is right. And if we can extend 1 or 2 years on a specific piece, we will. But when we're bringing them forward, they're due for replacement.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard?
With the which one am I looking at? Neighborhood rehabilitation. So I was reading in here, it says in here, in the one street, it sounds like you're doing a lot, Lau Ave, but then one is water line replacement, a different one is sewer line replacement. Do you look at them and just say this one only needs water line, or would there be efficiencies to doing whatever needs to be done on a street and just saying now it's good for 50, 75 years?
Your worship, the Councillor Blizzard, typically will do everything at once. Specifically for this year, 101st Street, where we're just doing the water line, has come up because we've had some number of breaks over the last couple of years. And just from a timing perspective, we can't do everything within a school shutdown season. So we just want to do the water line there, get that in, get that done, and have the road ready to go again for school. And 108th Street, the water line was done in about 2004, 4 or 5, somewhere in there. So it's just the sewer line that needs to be done at this point.
Okay, so you try to do them all at once if possible, or if it looks like they need them.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that looks like all the questions on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So next are 3 upcoming capital projects that have received preliminary funding for early stage development and are currently in process. They are not part of the 2025 capital budget, and as such will be presented to Council for approval at a future date. These projects include the alternate water source and alternate water source, the new aquatics facility construction phase, and the new fire station planning and construction. Design budgets for the alternate water source and new fire station projects will be presented to Council in 2025. They are included here and within the 10-year capital plan to show the potential future impacts should they receive Council approval and proceed. The alternate water source project seeks an alternative feed to the West Park Reservoir. It has a total preliminary budget of $25 million, with $1.2 million for initial design work in 2025 and $23.8 million for construction in 2027. Preliminary funding for design will be from the Utilities, Infrastructure and Equipment Reserve, and construction costs are to be funded through debt. In 2025, administration will bring forward a budget recommendation to undertake detailed design of the new water supply line based on the results of the functional planning study and business case analysis. Detailed design work for the new aquatics facility is underway with Council's approval of the $5.4 million borrowing bylaw this past August. In September, Dow Chemical announced a contribution to the aquatics facility capital costs of approximately $5.4 million. The contribution is expected to be spread over 4 years, 2025 to 2028 inclusive, and will be used to reduce the borrowing amount for this project. The 2025 capital budget and 10-year capital plan as presented do not include the impacts of this contribution. However, the 2025 contribution will be included in the 2025 spring operating budget prepared at tax time next year. As well, future contributions will be reflected in the 3-year operating forecasts at that time. The total Class 5 estimate for the project is $54 million, inclusive of design costs, leaving $48.6 million for construction, split between years 2026 and 2027 at $24.3 million each. Approval of the new aquatics facility construction budget will be presented to Council in 2026, with further refinements to cost based on completed design work. And lastly, the new fire station planning and construction project has a total preliminary budget of $22 million, with $2.2 million slated for design costs in 2025 to be funded through short-term borrowing, and $19.8 million for construction in 2027, which is to be debt funded. It is anticipated that the entire project upon completion will be fully debt funded. In Q4 2024, administration is scheduled to present the results of the fire station scope study, which will help determine the preferred fire hall facility and amenities option based on recommendations stemming from the fire services master plan. In 2025, administration will be coming back to Council for design budget approval based on the preferred option. More information on these upcoming capital projects is located in Section 1, pages 17 through 19 in the capital budget document. And again, I'll pause here. Are there any questions from Council regarding these upcoming capital projects?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, you were on there.
Mr. Eamon answered it within the last minute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye.
Thank you, Mr. Iman. My question is on page 1-18, and that paragraph says, additionally, the 2025 operating budgets, there's a recommendation for an incremental increase on property tax revenue over 4 years of 1.1 in 25, in both 25 and 26, 1.4 in 27, and 1.5 million in 2028. So my question is, what exactly are those funding going to be used for? Because this is a period of construction and we're going to be funding it through debenture. So, and we also have the Dow Chemical contribution that's going to also be spread out. So why do we have this incremental on property taxes?
Through your worship, to Councillor Abatoya, I'll take a stab at it, and I might defer that to Mr. Fleming, but I believe that those incremental costs are to prepare for the future operating costs once the facility opens. So once the aquatics facility opens, it'll have a set amount for operating costs. So these annual transfers are to build up that balance. But I'll let Mr. Fleming expand on that if he wishes.
Yeah, through your worship, I think that sums it up. So if the aquatics facility gets through design and it does get final approval from council, somewhere around 2027 or 2028-ish, we would have the facility on our hands. There's going to be a debenture payment that has to be accounted for in the operating budget, and there will be some incremental increases in the operating costs because bigger pool, more utilities, more staff and whatnot. So strategically speaking, is it in our best interest to just take those costs as they come, which could result in a $4 million increase to the operating budget in 1 year down the road, or do we take that on in little pieces? And then the money that we save up in the meantime can go towards helping us cover the cost for design, because the Dow money does have a bit of a lag. They're paying it out, I think, over 3 years. And then we can use that money to contribute towards the capital in the end. So this is really just a smoothing strategy that we're recommending to council. We don't have to do it this way. We could wait. But our recommendation is to take it on in pieces.
So what are we estimating the operating costs for the aquatics facility to be? So that's including the debenture payments and running the pool. Do we have a number?
I don't
And it doesn't have to be exact. It can just be a rough estimate.
Yeah, I don't have a number off the top of my head. I don't know if Mr. Babiak has got those numbers floating around, but...
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoy, yeah, the anticipated operating number would be just over 5 million, 5 to 5.5 million. We're estimating.
And does that include debenture?
Yes, through worship it does. So that will be, as Troy mentioned, it would be our general operating. It would also be our reserve contributions, and then it would be the debenture. So as the presentation yesterday indicated, interest rates are dropping, so there is potential those could go down over the coming years. But again, right now it's all estimates in terms of what that'll be until we get to the construction decision and the actual borrowing takes place.
Okay, no, that number helps me make sense of this. Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. So my question is going to be to Mr. Fleming. I thought we started the smoothing process a number of years ago because we knew that we were going to have a swimming pool or an arena or something, and we were putting that money in every year. And then that money could be used, since we weren't using it, but we were actually building it up in the operating at this point in time. What happened? And I know that the money that we put aside is paying for the JRC, but what happened? So I thought that was our smoothing, and now we're re-smoothing.
So through your worship, I think what you're referring to is a fund that we started up probably around 2014 or 15. We referred to it as a future facility operating fund. A lot of it was started out because we had a significant amount of heavy industrial revenues that were coming in over those few years. And it was believed at that time that an aquatics facility was imminent. Eventually it went to plebiscite and it never happened. That fund was built up. The annual contribution amount of that fund, I can't remember, we topped out at $3 or $4 million a year it was up to. That was the amount each year that was being contributed. Over the course of last term and possibly this term, although I think it was mostly last term, the fund was basically reallocated into the operating budget in an effort to keep property tax increases low. So I've been asked about that a few times, and I said the way I think of it in my mind is we exchanged the aquatics facility. The future operating fund was reduced in exchange for a full-time fire department. Like we took that in, but property taxes really didn't go up that much, and a lot of that was because of the reallocation of the future facility operating fund into the operating budget. So now that fund, I believe, is at around $1 million annual that it contributes. So along the way, we could reallocate that. Like when the pool is commissioned, we could take that $1 million and use it to reduce the impact of the aquatics facility operating. But for now, while we're going through this design construction phase, we're essentially leaving the fund as it is, with the $1 million contributing. And you're right, the amount that had been built up was part of the funding strategy for the GRC. So there's nothing in that account at the moment.
Okay, so we are still putting $1 million a year into it.
I believe that's the number. I don't know if Ms. Andruko has if it's $1 million or $1.2 million sticks in my mind or something, but it's somewhere around there.
It's about 1.1 million.
Okay, that we're contributing to it. So I guess the question is, and I know you just said 5 million, but it's going to take 5 years before we see this pool built. So if you're putting in 1.4, 1.5 each year, can't we smooth that down? It just, it feels like we're actually going to put too much into it.
To your worship, this is our intent was to slowly build up the operating impact over 3 years, so it doesn't hit all in 1 year. But the way that's been phased in, there's lots of options. We could not start that in 2025 and just do more in future years, or we could not do it at all and just take the cost year by year as they come in, and it might be a little bit. The increases will be more significant in the latter years of the project. I don't think we're over contributing though, based on the schedules that we have in place. There's actually a pretty sophisticated financing plan that the team's put together. So these numbers, they're not random. They're based on some calculations that we've done.
Okay, so I'm going to put it out there to flag not the aquatics facility, but the contribution part of it for further discussion. Does council have any objections to that? No, so we will flag that. So it's specifically for the future smoothing that we'd like to have a further conversation on. Okay.
Just so through your worship, this might be more of an operating budget conversation, but I don't think the flag's inappropriate given that it is for a capital project. So we'll take the flag, but it probably was a flag that you would do more there is actually an operating budget request that's coming on November in the deliberations, but we'll take the flag for now and let us discuss it.
Yeah, and you can let us know when the best time is to discuss it, but I just don't want to lose it.
Yeah, there is a plan request, a budget recommendation, we're calling them now, in the November operating budget. So if you want to keep the flag, if you want to remove the flag, it will be there come
we'll
operating budget.
We'll just carry it forward.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard, you're next.
Yeah, just tied in with the same one, and I know we're going to talk about it again, but so when we're talking $5+ million operating costs, does that take into account the $3 million that the harbor pool, give or take, costs now? Or is that on top? So we're actually looking at $8 million.
Through your worship, Council Visit, that is reflective of the savings we'll have from the harbor pool not operating. So it's rolled into that $5 million number in terms of
so we're looking at 10% of our operating budget will go to operate the pool? Is that?
Oh, in terms of the overall capital project, the 10% of the 54 million would go to operations. Is that what you mean?
No, I mean, that's an operating cost, right? Not actually capital projects. So 5 million is what you're looking at annual cost to operate the pool, including debenture.
Through your worship, that's correct.
Plus I don't know what it is offhand now, but isn't it the harbor pool right now is around 3 million? I don't know who knows that, but
through your worship, it's closer to 1.7 million, and that operating cost is being factored into the 5 million.
Yeah, so we're still looking at like 7 million to operate the pool.
Through your worship, it'll be 5.1 for the operations and debenture costs. There would be no further harbor pool, the harbor pool.
Right, but you're rolling that into, yes, I get it.
Into the 5.1, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fleming, did you?
To your worship, I was just recommending maybe we could take an information request on that one, we'll send a clarifying follow-up to council with what the numbers are. inclusive and exclusive of the current operating contribution to the harbor pool.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, that looks like everything on this one.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I will now invite Mr. Schaefer to present the first 2025 capital budget recommendation.
Okay, we'll do this one and then we'll take a little break.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. I'll be here to present the first three capital budget recommendations. The first is capital budget recommendation 25004. It is the fleet edition of a forklift, and it's located on page 2-1 of your budget package. The Public Works site regularly receives shipments of large palletized materials to support fleet, facilities, parks, roads, and utilities. While we have ordered the materials, we don't know their exact delivery schedule. This means that in order to unload a truck that has shown up in the yard, a skid steer, loader, or backhoe needs to be called back to the yard away from whatever job it is currently doing to offload the truck. This allows the driver to move away and avoid charges for them waiting. A forklift located in the mechanic shop could be used by all departments to offload and move equipment and materials around the site. It helps right-size the fleet as it is designed to offload equipment and carry loads in tight spaces where a loader cannot access, and a skid steer is not as balanced for the task. It will free up equipment being used by operations, ensuring staff and equipment are not called back from somewhere in the city to the yard mid-task to offload a truck. The cost of the forklift is $98,000. This will have a $5,000 operating impact in 2025 and a $9,800 operating impact starting in 2026 for future replacement. Do we want to pause for questions after each one? Okay.
Yep. Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Grant. The question has to do with the reserve allocation and the funding for this project, not the merits of the forklift. So, as I understand it, the funding comes from annual capital, which would be then tax funded for the year. Is that correct? So, if we're paying for it in full from property taxes this year, why are we also reserving for it? Because at my age, I'm going to pay for 2 forklifts and only see one. So where's the equity in that? I don't understand the need for that. If we're funding it on an ongoing basis as needed, we don't need to reserve for it. And I'm going to I'll wait for your question or answer, and then I'm going to flag the funding part of this as well, or at least toss it out there because for more discussion going forward.
So your question is regarding the operating impact, the funding to the reserve?
The question is, yes, exactly that. First of all, am I clear, Shannon, that the capital cost of this for, what is it, $90,000 roughly, is coming from capital funding, which is an expense for this program year, 2025 program year?
That is correct.
So if we're paying for it cash, not taking the money from a reserve, why is it necessary to build a reserve so the next generation doesn't have to take it from their property tax bill instead of mine?
Mr. Fleming, do you want to jump in?
Through your worship, you're referencing intergenerational equity with your question. You know that. So this is a funding strategy we've employed for capital equipment of this nature. So this is not an uncommon way for us to get new equipment. The first one we purchase, and then we start up a contribution. So depending how long we've been doing this, because I think we were doing this for a lot of things well before I got here. We've really expanded it. You might have benefited from somebody else in the early years, So also, I think you're going to live a lot longer than that many forklifts. So I've got optimism for your health, but there's no one way to do it that I think necessarily creates perfect intergenerational equity. We like this funding strategy because it forces the municipality to be very disciplined in terms of how it plans for its future capital liabilities, right? Once a piece of equipment comes in, we start a contribution for it, we can earn interest on it. that helps us deal with the inflationary impacts of equipment because this forklift will cost a lot more when it's time to replace it. And it puts the city in a good future position. But I agree with you for this first one. The intergenerational equity side of it is that's the downside of this strategy. So just a choice that we make to pay for it this way. That's the simplest answer I can give.
And you get my point, and I understand some of your points, Mr. Fleming. It's just I don't, and I know we've done this historically. It's the first time I've seen it, but when I'm looking at a 10% increase now, my alarm bells are going up, and I'm looking at various options that we might have as a council to reduce that. And to me, doubling up on this generation, whomever that might be, to have for a forklift, which is, it will cost more in the future due to inflation, absolutely. But homes will be more, wages will be more. I don't worry about the inflation part of it. I think that will get dealt with in due course through inflation. So I want to flag it. I want this discussed in so however we did it for the last request of this nature, I'm good with.
Does anybody have any objections to flagging? No, so we can flag that, but we still have more questions that are on here. Okay, Councillor Nguyen. Oops, sorry. Councillor Abatoye, you can put your button back on again. Sorry, I hit both. Go ahead.
Yeah, just for clarity and through your presentation and report, so Public Works Yard doesn't have, the yard doesn't have a forklift whatsoever right now? This would be the first one?
Councillor, Your Worship, Councillor Noyan, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, but certainly agree with the merits of it. Is this going to be an electric forklift? I can imagine I think that's the newest, most dependable type of equipment.
Your Worship, Councillor Noyan, that's the plan. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'd like to add to the flag just a request to evaluate the life cycle span of this piece of equipment being electric, if that's the intention. I think it's going to see a lot of inside time for charging and whatnot. I'm sure it's going to be going outside into the yard, but I think you can get a lot more life out of this type of piece of equipment, and that could potentially lower the contributions to from operating.
Okay, you can just add that to the flag. Okay, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. Absolutely agree with the comments made by Councillor Kelly there. And so my question is, why aren't we funding this from a reserve? Because I think funding this from a reserve just helps. Because I do agree with putting money aside to be able to replace it. But why aren't we funding this from a reserve?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye. So I'll just weigh in a little bit on the discussion. So annual capital funding essentially is the annual contribution to the capital projects reserve. It is the annual flow. It used to be called pay-as-you-go funding. And so for items like one-offs, like one-time forklift additions and things like that, annual capital funding, and particularly like because you cannot get a capital grant for these types of pieces of equipment. Annual capital funding provides that funding source. It's not technically reserve funded, but it's the ongoing contribution to the capital reserve. So if we didn't buy this piece of equipment in 2025, that money would be in reserve, and then we could fund it through reserve the following year, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so coming back to your comments about one-time funding, again, that's what our reserves are for, right? To be able to purchase one-time equipment, right? So again, I agree with the concepts of putting money aside every year for replacements, but I honestly think this should be funded from a reserve. But thank you, Mr. Eman. I think I'm good with that question. Mr. Schaefer, what's the life cycle of this equipment? Is it 10 years?
Your Worship, Councillor, I would tell you we're estimating 10 years at this time, yes.
I thought I heard you say that you had 15 years is usually about the life cycle for equipment.
Your Worship, Councillor, I would tell you it depends on the type of equipment. Trucks, half tons, 3/4 tons, those kinds of vehicles are about 12. Larger equipment, loaders are at 5, graders are at 10. It depends on the type of equipment it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. So I understand the philosophy of putting the money aside and building the reserve to replace it. We've been doing that for a lot of years. The question that I have is, at the cost of this, have you considered renting or leasing for a period of time to see how much actual use you have on the piece of equipment? I mean, at $14,000 a year, $15,000 a year for operating, and then plus the amount of capital, have you considered that?
Your worship, we have looked at renting in a short term gets tough because it has to be available when we need it. So it would be a monthly lease we'd have to pay. At that point, then we're paying for the company that we're leasing from for the purchase of it plus the replacement of it through their lease rates. I think if you take the operating impact, the $9,800 a year for the replacement plus the operating impact, we'd be paying more than that in a lease rate. We're probably in the $1,500 to $2,000 a month, kind of at a minimum, just to lease the equipment.
Okay, I'm going to think on that one. It is being flagged, so it will come back. Okay, all right. We're going to take a. Did you have?
I was going to say to your worship and to council, thinking about this a little further. This is a new piece of equipment, so therefore there would have been no reserve contributions to fund the new piece of equipment. So we buy a piece of equipment, we have to find a funding source, and then we add to the reserve to replace that.
Okay, Councillor Kelly.
That's what I'm trying to establish. I understand your comment, but the funding source this year for $98,000 is the property tax bill, the way I read this. Yeah. Okay, so we have found the funding source, property tax bill.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take a break. That's 10 minutes, 10:36. Okay. So we'll go and recess for 10 minutes. Okay, it's 10:36. Thank you, everybody, for being prompt, for being back here. Okay, we will start with the next item, 25022, materials handling site.
Thank you. Project, as you mentioned, project 25022 is the materials handling site design. This project is classified as a major capital project and will be approved in multiple stages. The materials handling and snow dump feasibility study was presented to Council in March of 24. Their recommendations from the report were to construct a new materials handling site while securing, if possible, land to expand the site to include a snow dump at a future date. The existing materials handling site is located adjacent to Ross Creek and residential neighborhoods. It is too small for the volume of material we store and process and is quickly running out of space. The new site will be approximately 2.5 times larger and be able to handle at least three times as much material. During the land acquisition stage, options to purchase surrounding land up to 16 hectares will be explored to accommodate a future snow dump site. The project is broken down into multiple stages. This first stage will be to procure a design consultant to help in the land acquisition process. They will help to identify constraints and costs associated with different parcels in order to provide advice on the most cost-effective parcel. Once a parcel is identified, negotiations are complete, the purchase will be brought back to Council for approval and funding. The consultant will then commence detailed design within that parcel to design and develop Class 2 estimates for Council approval and construction funding. If there are any identified operating impacts during the design phase, these will be presented at that approval stage. The design stage budget recommendation is $130,000.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up for questions. I'm going to ask the first question. How do you do a design when you don't know what the parcel of land is going to look like?
Your worship will be using the original Secure the Design consultant. Will use their advice to help select a parcel. So is parcel A might be $500,000 less to purchase, but cost $1 million more to grade and service and everything else. So we want that advice at that stage to figure out which parcel is probably the best value. And then we would use them to do the detailed design once we've secured that parcel.
Okay, next question. Do we still have a land purchase reserve? And if we sell any land, do we put any money into it, or is it all going into financial stabilization?
To your worship, yes, we do. The city still has land purchases reserve where all proceeds on disposal from the sale of land go directly into that reserve.
Okay. I'll take a look at that when I get the next binder. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions on this one? Not seeing, oh, there we are. Councillor Abatoye.
So just coming back to the subject of the funding source. So we have 100,000 from operating budgets that's funding this. So what's the balance of the land purchase reserve? Why aren't we funding this from that? And like, I get this is just for design, so we're not technically acquiring the land right now. But again, I keep going back to having a tough budget here. How do we reduce the impact? Sorry. By the way, I like your golden mic. I like seeing it every year.
Just a second here. So the land purchases reserve has about 2 million. And the project materials handling site, the funding sources, the 100,000 annual capital funding is coming from our base budget, our annual amount that we have in our annual capital funding. So it's not an increase to the 2025's budget. And then we're using 30,000 for the capital reserve.
Okay, so when you say it's coming from our base budget and there is no actual increase, but technically that's money that could be used for something else that would reduce the property tax increase.
Yes, you could.
One more question. Can I ask one more question? Okay, maybe I can go after Noyan.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Noyan.
Yeah, I wholesomely agree with Councillor Abatoya, and I'd like to flag this in that case just for a further discussion to postpone this. design work until 2026 budget. No? Okay, you can, yeah, if you want to propose something
Okay,
different.
just a second. Okay. So do you want a flag, you want it flagged?
Correct, yeah.
Does anybody have any objection to having it flagged? Okay, we'll put it down as a flag for more discussion. Mr. Fleming?
Just through your worship, it feels to me like there's a conversation we need to have around here about the references to the annual capital funding program, because this flag is actually similar to the one that Councillor Kelly brought forward before. And so I would rather, if it's okay with council, I don't want to change anyone's intent, but maybe if we take one flag as more of a holistic discussion around the annual capital funding. So in the operating budget, built into the operating budget now is around $3.5 million of tax dollars that go towards paying for capital projects. And that amount is it's annual, it's there. So if you cancel a project, we consider that to be a funding source. Think of it like our own internal LGFF funding. If you cancel a project that's been funded with annual capital funding, it's not our practice to reduce the annual capital funding amount, because the assumption is there's going to be other capital that comes around the next year and the next year and the next year after that. If we don't have that funding, then we'll be going into reserves, and we could drain our savings account without having some way to pay for capital on an annualized basis. So if you cancel the project and reduce that money from the annual operating budget, it reduces that funding source. It does reduce property taxes for sure. But it might have future impacts on our ability to secure capital. So I think that's more the discussion as opposed to these projects themselves. If that's okay with council, if we take it as a single flag.
Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, let's see. Councillor Kelly, you're next on round one. Oops. Okay.
Thank you. I'm glad I am, because I wanted to address Mr. Fleming's comments. I think they're not dramatically. I think my comments are different than this one, because I wasn't saying let's not buy the forklift. This one we're saying let's not commit the 100,000 for planning. So this one's saying let's not buy the forklift. At least that's what I'm hearing. And I'm open to the discussion. Council can have the discussion and we can make a decision. It's what I think fundamental is, what should we be reserving for every year, and what should just be coming out of annual capital every year. And I'll wait for the discussion, but I know we reserve for 500 or 300 or 200 laptops or workstations every year. Those could come out of operating in my mind. So there's a fundamental discussion about what is actual annual expenditure and what do we reserve for. And I think that would be a worthwhile discussion, Troy.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Macon. You're on round one.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fleming, for your comments. Can I just clarify, because I've looked through here and I apologize if it's here and I'm not seeing it. Is there an actual increase to the annual capital funding request from last year to this year?
Through your worship, my understanding is there's a couple increases. There's the 350,000 for the local road, and then there's an increase related to neighborhood rehab somewhere around 500,000.
I see. So other than those two projects, the annual capital, all of these ones are just falling within that funding source.
They're being paid for with that funding source.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Round two, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. So I agree with Mr. Fleming's comments about flagging all annual capital funding. That's just goes to my question, my very first question in the beginning of this deliberations. But to this specific project's number we have in front of us, I do not agree with deferring it. I agree with doing it right now. However, my question is with the source of funding. We have a land reserve, land purchases reserve that has $2 million in there. I suspect that this project, by the time we do construction and get the land and all of those things, will probably fall within $2 million. So why wouldn't we fund this from the reserve? Again, coming back to the fact that this is technically going to be a tough budget year, and we need to be looking at those things that impact property tax increase really, really critically. And that's just my comments on that one. And so I guess we'll talk about it when we discuss the flags.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next one. 25028, new entrance signs, design.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next budget recommendation is Project 25028, new city entrance signs design. There are currently 3 signs located near the entrance to the city along the highway corridors. The north and south signs are located 1.5 to 2 kilometers inside the existing city limits. This project will replace these signs and locate them, at least the 2, closer to the corporate limits of the city. Again, this has the potential to be a major capital project, so will be brought back in multiple phases. The first phase of this project will develop conceptual design and costing for different sign options. This will be brought back to council for design approval. Once a concept is chosen, detailed design will be completed to develop Class 2 estimates for construction budget approval. Operating costs will be included in the construction approval process. These costs will likely include electricity for lighting and any other electronic functions incorporated into the signs. This again is the budget for the budget for the first phase of this project is $100,000.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
I guess my concern for this is, if we were to replace the signs we have now, just with newer versions of them, I can't imagine that they're going to cost $30,000 a piece. This is $100,000 just for the design phase. So it makes me a little nervous of what it's going to cost for an actual sign and what we're getting. Flashing lights, I don't know. Is it going to be $1 million project? I remember we're in a tight budget. I just can't see that we need this. And I get that. We just had it explained about our capital funding. That would be for this year, but a future year, it's going to come out of a different funding for actual building. And I think here's where we can save some money. Just have nice signs like they are now. And I read through there, they are old, they have some issues, but I like them. I don't think we need any pyramids or whatever, unless you do a giant sheep. I'd be okay with that. But I'm getting the eye. That just makes me nervous. I'd like to flag it for future discussion.
Your Worship, Councillor Blizzard, if I can just address a couple of the comments. Signs is one of those things that are a lot more expensive than everybody thinks and that I always expect. So to replace these signs as they are, if we did nothing else with them, you're probably looking at $100,000 plus per sign. We could refurbish them where they are. There's obviously some deterioration and things like that, and you're probably at almost $50,000 a sign. So they are a lot more expensive than I ever think they are. And I'm throwing those numbers out, and I'm hoping I'm actually high enough based on quotes we've received for other kind of signage. And then part of this is, we just did the brand update, or I can't remember what exactly we called it. We didn't change the brand, but we did look at it to confirm that it is where we want to go. So this will incorporate those features. It will incorporate those types of design elements, potentially make them out of a more robust material. Those are the things to work through part of the design and the concept development. I wouldn't expect, especially the early concept development, to cost anywhere near this. But once we have a concept developed and council's approved a concept to go forward, then we would need design money, because there are geotechnical considerations, there's structural things, all those things that have to be designed for the sign to be sitting on. So that will be all part of that design and next phase of approval.
Okay, so Councillor Blizzard, just before I ask for the flagging question, let's go for the rest of the questions and then I'll come back to that. Okay, are you good?
Yeah, well, I know. I'll still have another question. So Any idea? Have you got a bit of a ballpark of what you're thinking? So if this is approved for the design, how much the actual cost in the end could be?
The worship of Councillor Blizzard, it's really hard to say because it depends on what the concept is. So if it is to replace with something very similar to what we have, it is whatever that number is, $300,000-$400,000. If we want to add features to them, if we want to be able to put messaging on them of some sort, then it could go up from there. So that is part of the design, or the concept development will give us that ballpark costing, that so that we can go into design and get those actual budget numbers.
Okay, and the other thing with this is, are we considering possibly movable signs? I'm not saying we're going to get a pile more land, but even as future, maybe a road widens, we don't have to worry about moving posts that are into the ground. Because I do notice, I think Strathcona County's was moved. They have a movable one.
Your Worship, Councillor Blizzard, the signs would be mounted on some kind of foundation. So you could take the sign off of that foundation if you had to move for a widening or something like that. But you'd still have to replace that foundation.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Nguyen.
I think you might have answered mostly the question I had, which was along the same line. So that when we saw the title design, obviously that in my mind that shows a drawing of what it's going to look like. But so just to confirm, there's a geotech report that you budgeted for within this $100,000 as well, and then structural reporting on the concept. Is that correct, or is that phase 2 beyond this design work?
Your Worship, Councillor Nguyen, it would include the concept development, and then once the concept's chosen, then it would be the actual detailed design, which is your geotech, your structural.
Okay, so that's not included in this then?
No, that is included in this. Yes.
That is, okay. I agree with the flag, and yeah, so.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
In deference to your comments, Councillor Blizzard, I understand that you like the current signs, but I mean they were built and put in the 80s, and they're horribly dated, in my opinion. And so when I look at this, I think if we can do it right, because this is going to be the entrance, especially coming in on Highway 21, the people will see when they first come to our community. So let's make it a welcome environment so they can say they've arrived in a great community. I think we would probably all agree with that kind of a statement. So whatever it takes to be able to do that realistically, I fully support, so that we can come up with the right design and put them in the right location in the right way, so it does give a welcoming impression to people coming to our community. The one that's in the round area coming in off of Highway 15 off the bridge, that one's been like that for a long time, but it actually doesn't look too bad. It's more about the Chamber of Commerce than the City of Fort Saskatchewan, and ultimately I think that probably needs to change in some way. So I'm not sure how we're going to achieve that in terms of coming up with a design, but those are all elements that I guess I would suggest is in your plan.
Your Worship, Councillor Harris, will be looking at that through the concept development, yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, let's do it right. Let's spend the right amount of money, and I agree with you. It definitely should be a realistic amount and not over the top. And certainly, I don't think we need to have flashing signs and all that sort of stuff. Let's just put up a nice sign that will stand the test of time for a few years.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
I would agree with everything that Councillor Harris just said. It sets a tone. It's a marketing tool for the city of Fort Saskatchewan, and I think it needs to be done properly, not extravagantly, but properly. I was concerned when I read the report about $100,000 for design. I'm less concerned now when you explain that it also includes geotechnical and some ground type design work as well, or foundational type design work. So I'm content to leave it. I think we need to do it. I don't think it's something we want to put off for another 3 or 4 or 5 years. I think we need to get at it, and I'm, unless there's something new comes up in a flag, I'll be voting for it anyway. So I guess let's keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not hearing consensus on having it as a flagged item. So then we would have to have a motion to see whether we actually flag it? You'll leave it for now? Okay. Yeah, and just remember, none of these items are finalized. They can continue to come back for additional questions, even as we move into the operating. They can continue asking questions. They can even be removed in motions and things like that as we go forward. Councillor Blizzard?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with leaving it for now. May bring it back.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye?
So I definitely support getting the sign done as soon as possible and putting it at the boundaries of the city. However, the only thing I'd like it to be flagged for, and I think that's Mr. Fleming spoke to it, is the funding source. So as long as it's been flagged for that reason, then I'm okay with just leaving it as is. Thank you.
Okay, and I think that that's covered under what Mr. Fleming had indicated earlier about the general funding for annual funding. Mr. Fleming?
Yeah, through your worship, we'll come back with sort of a more generic discussion just about funding, our funding strategy and the use of the annual capital funding through the operating budget.
Okay, so it's not flagged for now. Okay, so we'll go on to the next one. 25010 Fleet Edition, local transit buses.
At this time, I'll turn it over to Richard Gagnon, Director of Public Works.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. With me today for this presentation, for this specific budget recommendation, is Lindsay Radford, who is also our transit supervisor. So she will be part of this presentation. And I will also do the second one, which is related to park equipment. And Janelle Hart, Parks Manager, will join us at this time. So capital budget recommendation 25010, the new local transit buses, which is on page 213 of your capital budget package. Earlier this year, city administration provided a very high level review of its transit system. It provided a review of services against the current service standards and identified where services is performing well and areas that need some improvement. Due to community growth, our local services need some attention. We need to increase our coverage so we have a fair service for everyone. We also need to improve reliability of our services, as at time we see that our local buses are late. This budget recommendation sees the purchase of 2 additional transit buses to expand local services, and that expansion of this local services is scheduled for 2027. The expansion will serve developing neighborhoods, therefore achieving the city's service coverage target. The additional 2 buses will also decrease the city reliance on rental of buses, improving our service reliability. To ensure buses are available for startup of a new additional program in 2027, basically mid-2027, the procurement process will begin in 2025. It takes about 2 years to bring buses into the community, new buses. The cost is $480,000 and provides us with 2 buses accommodating 20 passengers each. And using current regular fuel. So the buses that we have now are pretty much the same as what we are recommending here. The operating impact of this project is scheduled over 3 years. In 2026, the 2 buses will result in an annual operating impact of $80,000, and that is for us to contribute to a reserve fund to replace them in the future. We do that for all our buses. Additional bus services will be scheduled to start in July 2027. In 2027, an additional annual operating impact of $204,000 will be introduced for contracted services and fuel for 6 months of service. The same amount will be added in 2028 to cover the remaining 6 months of service. The operating impact applies to both buses as a unit of 2, so this is not operating impact per buses. This means that both buses are added to the current fleet of 3 buses to expand services in area that we don't serve. The fleet will then be made of 5 buses to service current routes and servicing our new neighborhoods. We are able to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. In your report, our page 215, 2/3 the way down the paragraph starting from February, there's reference to 11 passenger boardings per revenue vehicle hour. I don't recall that particular phrase being used in the past. What is a revenue vehicle hour?
Madam Mayor, through you to the councillor, a revenue vehicle hour is the hour that a bus is on the road in service with the potential to collect revenue. So there is times throughout the day where they are traveling to and from the garage or just in a waiting time where they're not open to collecting revenue. So we don't count that time. This is just the amount that it will, we're collecting revenue, passengers can board the bus. That's what a revenue vehicle hour is.
Okay, and that's, so 11, we have essentially 2 buses on the road at any given hour.
Not entirely. During the middle of the day, we only have 1 bus on the road.
Let me rephrase my point. For the hours that we have 2 buses on the road, we would have 22 passengers on average getting on those buses in that hour. Is that what this report is saying?
It's total service. So there is, just seeing which table you are looking at.
I'm looking below the table. I'm looking at the wording under ridership.
Yes, so that is the average of the total for 2 buses. So it's not 11 passengers per bus, it's 11 passengers for the hour.
Well, and there we go. That's confusing to me. So what would the ridership be when there's only 1 bus on the road, given your number, given your average?
I would have to look at the specific times of the day, but during the middle of the day, the ridership does go down just due to the fact that people are not going to and from work. So this is the average for the whole day. The peak hours, that could be higher than 11, and the middle day is probably lower than 11.
I'm not trying to confuse the issue. You give the number of 11 riders per revenue vehicle hour. That tells me that each bus is getting 11 riders per hour if it's on the road. You're now telling me that no, that's not the case. In fact, it would be 5.5 riders per hour that it's on the road on average.
Madam Mayor, through you to the councillor, I just want to make sure I'm understanding your question. So this is the average hourly passenger totals. So it's for both the total hours in the day that we provide service for. Sometimes there are 2 buses, sometimes there are 1 bus, but it's over the entire day. The average is 11 passengers per hour. So if there are times of the day where that ridership will be higher, there are times of the day where that ridership will be lower, because it is an average over the entire day.
But, okay, for the transit system, local transit system as a whole, period, we average 11 passengers per hour.
That is correct.
And for some portions of the day, there are 2 buses on the road to make that average happen.
Correct.
I think I understand now. I've got other questions, but I'll defer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I did have similar question regarding the revenue vehicle hour. I'm like, what does that mean? But thank you for explaining it. My first question is, so $480,000, that's the cost for purchasing 2 buses, right? And you said it takes a 2-year period to be able to actually get that bus. So at what point do we need to actually part with cash? Is that at the end of the 2-year period, or is that in the beginning or somewhere in the middle?
Your worship, to Councillor Abatoye, if you can just repeat your question. I just missed the last part here.
So you said so $480,000 is what we need to purchase 2 buses, but you also said it takes 2 years to actually purchase the bus, to get the bus, right?
Yep.
So I'm saying, at what point do we need to pay So maybe it's my part. So at what point do we need to actually pay the money for the bus? Is it at the end of the 2 years, or is it in the beginning of the 2 years?
Your worship,
is it
to
clear
Councillor
now?
Abitaille, we will see normally we have a RFP and a contract that comes with that, and there's a potential of having a down payment, and after that, to complete payments at the end when everything has been approved on our side as well for the buses. So I will anticipate a minimum of 2 payments.
Okay, so you're saying you need that majority of it at the end of the 2 years? Or you pay deposits in the beginning?
We will look at a deposit, and then I will just use a typical 50% deposit, and then after that potentially another 40%.
Okay.
And after that maybe we withhold 10% to make sure that we have. So there's a way that, but the thing is to come out and to get also in a contract, we need we need a commitment that we can purchase them.
Okay.
The cash flow is a different.
No, I'm asking that question because I'm wondering if we can use that LGFF for something else now. And, if we're going to pay later, but if we're going to need to pay it right away, then I think that makes sense. So just coming back, I'm just looking at the table you provided on service reliability, and I couldn't understand certain things. Again, a lot of this, what's it called? What would I call it? The wordings are kind of new. So when you say totals under meeting standards, total 0 to 5 minutes departures, I don't really understand what that means. What does it mean?
Madam Mayor, through you to the councillor. So when we say that a bus is meeting a standard for on-time performance, it means that it's leaving on time or up to 5 minutes behind the scheduled time. Any time before that, we don't want to ever leave early, but up to 5 minutes after the scheduled departure time, we still consider to be on time. So what this table is going through is looking at the number of times the buses is departing within the 0 to 5 minutes is also beyond the 5 minutes late. So you can see there's some that are more than 10 minutes late, and we would consider that not meeting our service standards for on-time reliability.
So you're saying 35% of the time we're late?
Yeah, it's a significant portion of the buses during the day we're running behind schedule. And so these 2 new buses would help to improve that reliability, because we would have these buses that are in the shop every day instead of having to call in a spare bus through our contractor that is an older bus and not reliable.
Okay, thank you. I'll chime in back.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nguyen.
Thanks for the presentation. I was just looking at the map of the growth areas that these are going to be helping to service, and an assumption that I made is that bulk of our ridership probably comes from residents that are living in multifamily units. And do we have data on what type of residential dwellings the bulk of our riders are living in, and what type of areas they come from?
Madam Mayor, through you to the councillor. We don't have that readily available right now, but we are working with the region right now on a housing needs assessment and where transit service is required. So that work is ongoing to identify where the gaps are. So in the map that you see in the report, the red kind of pinkish areas, there are many multifamily homes in there, some apartment buildings near the hospital that are not within walking distance. So we do know that there are high denser areas that are not being serviced by transit directly today within our 400-meter walking distance.
But the only multifamily units I know of near the hospital are, I'm sure they're within 400 meters of Southford Boulevard. Is that?
They're just outside the 400-meter walking distance.
They're just outside as of right now. And then for the rest of the red area, I think it's mainly single family
at this time.
units.
Yes,
yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
I guess I just want to make sure I understand. So you kind of put in $204,000 in 2027 annual operating, but that's actually for 6 months. So in a full year for both buses would be over $400,000 to operate.
Your worship, to Councillor Blizzard, the $204,000 coming in is to pay for the operation of enhancing the service using the 2 buses. So they're not per buses; they are basically for the system itself. So imagine we have basically 3 buses right now, right? And we serve 2 loops in a sense. Imagine like an additional loop or an additional services. It can be on demand as well. That now we can expand our services to areas that we don't serve, and the 2 buses will help us to do that, and help us as well with reducing rentals and things like that. So the $204,000 is really it's programming money to enhance the service. I will say not really enhance, but basically to provide the service to area that we don't serve.
Right. So
And then,
so that's for a full year.
And normally we like to start mid-year to do our services. Normally we start in July, and then after that, 2008, it's the additional 204 to cover the remaining 6 months. So we split it over 2 years.
So it'll be $400,000 a year in the end to operate the 2 extra buses. And are you looking at 2 routes, or is one of those a backup? Because you
we still have to define how we're going to provide the service to enhance, to provide the fair service to those that we don't serve. But there's different things we can look at. And then I think that right now the 204,000 a year, so the 408 total, is based on potential an additional loop or an on-demand that we can provide with those services. So we still have to determine that.
Wouldn't you want to know if you're going to do 1 or 2 loops? Like, I don't understand adding 2 buses if we're only adding 1 loop, or are they both necessary because one's following the other?
Your worship,
10 minutes apart.
Councillor Blizzard, and maybe Mrs. Radford can add a little bit later, but when you had services like this, 1 bus, when they stop or if they don't work, we need to replace them right away. It cannot stop. I will say the bus must go on and the service must be delivered. So you either have buses that are available that you can bring in, or you have a rental that comes in, a rental bus that comes in and then gets you going. And sometimes if a motor goes, then you're looking at, it can be 2 or 3 weeks where you have rentals going around the communities, and we pay for that. And in addition,
I get that, but
so it's to have that resiliency of the service. So if we provide services to areas we don't serve, doing that with 4 buses could be challenging. 5 buses provide us with a little bit more flexibility, especially with not having to use rental when something breaks. Mrs. Radford can maybe add to this operational aspect.
I'm sure, Madam Mayor, through you to the councillor. We definitely, for this plan right now, it's 2 buses, but only 1 bus worth of additional service on the road in 27 and 28. So that 204,000 and then the additional 204 in 2028 will be just to service these new areas using 1 bus at a time. And the additional bus would be more for that spare. But it's also to look at the potential growth in the area. And if there's a lot more demand, we may need to put that additional bus into service sooner than we had anticipated. So this gives us that flexibility to have an additional bus to deal with any mechanical or breakdown issues with our current fleet, as well as to provide some opportunities for flexibility and growth.
So right now we have 1 extra bus, right?
Madam Mayor, through to the councillor, yes, we do. It is actually currently in the shop right now, though, because it did have a recall, so it has been down for a number of months. So we've actually had to use one of the contractor spare buses already.
Okay, I can come back to you. Okay.
Sure.
I'll put you back on. Councillor Harris, you're next.
So I understand the concept of the cost for the buses. Does that include the full kit out with the ARC installation, anything else, or does it come from the factory with all that and then we just add the fair processing capital into it as part of it?
Madam Mayor, through to the councillor, it won't come fully outfitted from the manufacturer, but the cost does include all of that. We will receive the buses with some of the technology already installed, like some of the wiring and everything will be there, but the end equipment will be installed by the contractors here in Edmonton.
Okay, so our goal is to use them in a schedule context the way the current 2 routes are operating. So the question I've got in that regard is the city of Leduc and the city of Spruce Grove have found great, efficiency in having an on-demand service as opposed to a scheduled service. Where are we with the analytics in terms of, and in this case, I know that if you have X number of riders, an on-demand service is a good option. But where are we with the analysis that we're doing in terms of moving into the expanding areas of our community to meet those services? Do you anticipate an on-demand service potential?
Madam Mayor, through to the councillor, definitely that is normally your base level of service that you would introduce into new neighborhoods is your on-demand style service. So throughout this fall and into the next year, that is what we are evaluating, is what the appropriate level of service is. Our current routes do exceed the target number for on-demand.
Yeah.
They do have too many passengers per hour. But into these developing neighborhoods, that is probably what we would introduce first, but we will be looking at that throughout the next year before we implement.
Yeah, just one last question. Obviously, during the morning and in the different parts of the day, there is good ridership, but late at night, I see the bus going by my place in West Park at 8 o'clock or 7:30, 8 o'clock. Everybody's probably already home. Have we looked at the analysis of how we schedule those things in that regard? Are we looking at potentially changing hours of operation?
Madam Mayor, through to the councillor, so far we're not looking at reducing or changing the number of hours, but definitely the service type offered in the later evenings and on weekends. We would be evaluating whether or not we can convert that to an on-demand to better match the ridership.
Good. Fully support that and look forward to hearing what your report is in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So on to round two. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I think it's clear from the questioning that there's a whole lot of questions on the service and not many questions on the bus. And the bus is the capital budget. The service is the operating budget / council approves new service levels by way of administration coming forward and saying, we want a new service level, here's the cost, here's what we're going to do, and what do you think about that, council? We haven't had that for this. And buying the buses commits us to a new service level. And I think we're putting the tail in front of the dog, the cart before the horse. I would like to know what the plan is for the new service level. I would like to understand the demographics that are driving the plan. I would like to understand the fallback and truly the economics of our transit system and the proposed new routes before we buy the buses. So, and I don't mean to sound rude. I don't think there's a need to have the buses bought this year or next year. I think we need to plan this properly. And on that basis, I'm reluctant to simply refer it. I would like to move it off for this year and encourage administration to approach council over the next 12 months when you have the time about new service levels for transit system and what that might cost in total. Because the purchase of the buses is just the beginning, as we know. The actual costs mount dramatically once the buses are purchased. So I think we need to have a discussion, and I think we beat this up enough. Mayor Katcher, how do I make a motion to say this goes off the budget?
So what we're doing today is we're flagging it, and then when we come back to do the flags, we'll do the motions on that day.
Not until that day. Then please flag this, and we'll deal with it at the second day. Thank you.
Does anybody object to having this flagged? Doesn't appear to be, so it can be flagged. Okay. Councillor Batoye on round two.
Thank you. So I'm okay with having it flagged. I think we can have a conversation, but I definitely support getting the buses right now, especially because we're not going to get them until 2027. Well, my question is around, and maybe it's an operational question. What's our current cost recovery?
Mayor, through the councillor, our current cost recovery, I believe, is around 13%. Once all the costs are included, I believe.
I thought we had 18% before. Did that drop?
Yeah, Your Worship, to Councillor Bitoye, I mean, when we look at cost recovery, there's also the aspect of grants that sometimes comes to us as well. as a revenue, and as soon as there's a little bit of revenue that comes in, then it really helps the cost recovery.
Okay.
So I think it's fair to say that your cost recovery will be closer to 15 to 18%, and at time like we had during COVID, much lower than that. So it depends, but this is where we're at. So we have a goal to be at 18%. So this is what we're aiming for.
Okay, and just my final question again, operational kind of ridership. Are we seeing better ridership with transits? And yeah, just answer that question.
Through to Mayor, through to the councillor. We are seeing a slow increase after COVID. Definitely during COVID, we saw a significant decrease in our ridership levels, but preliminary numbers are looking like we are stabilizing after COVID. Our commuter ridership, the September riders were almost at the same level as last September, which was a good number looking at since we did change the route this year to go to Sherwood Park. So we are back at our levels that we were seeing with Edmonton, which is a positive. Our local riders, we are looking at pretty much the same as pre-COVID levels. So we are now going to be looking through improvements to service to increasing those ridership numbers.
Okay, thank you. So just my final comments will be just in addition to what Councillor Keddy has asked. I'm assuming we're going to get information coming back based on his requests.
Your worship, to Councillor Bitoye, I believe that the Councillor Kelly's request is a work over the next year, 2025, and then hopefully we can come back to council with some information. But we did a presentation to council in May to discuss transit overall as a review, and this is part of our review that we're bringing forward. But if there's more requirement to look at what the service will look like before we go and purchase anything, then this will take some time. That will be in 2025 sometime.
Okay.
Councillor Blissard.
Just a few more questions tied into what we were talking about before. How often is that extra bus used? And I know you said it's in the shop right now, but that's a recall or something you said. So if it's fixed, is it like once a week that one of the buses is out and we got to replace it? Like what's the use percentage?
Mayor, through to the councillor, I would have to check with our contractor on that. We do get reports from them, but definitely the bus is used on a weekly basis. The 3 buses, they are also put into rotations so that 2 buses aren't overly used so that we can get the full lifespan out of all of our buses. But definitely the last few months, the buses have had some mechanical issues, so they are out frequently, but I can get you those percentages.
Okay. And how old are the other 2 buses, or other 3, I guess, that we have?
Our current fleet are all brand new. They were just delivered in February of this year.
Okay, that's what I thought. So they shouldn't be out a lot. Theoretically.
They shouldn't, but yeah, there have been some recalls this year and some issues with some of the ramps that we've experienced. So for accessibility, we want to always make sure that we have a working ramp. But definitely I can get you the percentages of the amount of time that each bus is in use and down.
Yeah, when it comes back, it's getting flagged anyway. And also maybe what is the cost of renting? Because I definitely see, one bus, we want to expand service, now justify the second one to have as the spare. So I'd like to see the cost of that. And also a little bit aside, because we were talking about ridership. So how are the numbers? Do you have actual numbers of increases to Bethel? Is it looking like they're slowly inching up, like month to month?
Madam Mayor, through to the councillor, we can definitely get you those numbers. We do get data out of the new ARC system. It is not complete data. We don't get the cash paying passengers or anybody who gets to ride for free. They are not tapping on the buses. But yeah, we are seeing on the commuter route that we are at last year's levels. So we did see a bit of a drop when we first changed the route, but they are back now to the September levels of 2023.
And you did change it in the summer, which is when it normally drops anyway, right? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Harris, just a second here. Go ahead.
Picking up on that comment, I definitely would be very interested to see what those numbers are in terms of the uptake for that particular reason. Now, respecting that that's an operational matter, and if that's an all-inclusive kind of response going forward, that'll be a good update. So my question, though, is it was my understanding the federal government was very supportive of increased and expanded transit service in urban areas for a lot of different reasons. And it was my understanding there was appropriate grants allocated for that. Now, we've been having some discussions regionally, I understand, Mr. Fleming, about regional transit, whatever that is. Is there a grant program that we are accessing to help pay for these 2 new buses, or what's the status of that? And if so, when we'll get more information?
Yes, Madam Mayor, through to the councillor. There is the Canadian Public Transit Fund, which is the federal fund that has been announced. There are 3 separate streams. We have applied for the baseline stream, which is specific to our municipality based on ridership and population numbers. So we've applied. We have not yet heard if we will get any funding, if we're eligible, and what the amounts would be. They have not announced that part yet, what each individual municipality might get. And then there is the regional portion of this, the regional stream of the fund, and that is what we are working on right now with our partners in the region. So we are working on the expression of interest, so that will be sent off hopefully by the end of this year or within the next month or so. And then once that's reviewed, then we would find out what projects are approved and what the type of funding we could be getting.
Well, along those lines, does the fact that we're operating a sub-regional transit system have any benefit in that regard relative to, I guess, capital and or operating?
The projects that we have submitted for consideration definitely have a regional component. So there's bus purchases, different infrastructure, so garages, customer service centers. They definitely do need that regional component to be considered. So the fact that we are partnering with Strathcona definitely does help our case.
Okay, good. So there's more information coming forward in due course.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. On round 3, Councillor Abatoye.
So transit services, I know is a bit of a challenge. But in the information request that's Councillor Blazer asked for, can you also include how we compare to other municipalities in the region?
Sure, Madam Mayor, through to the councillor. In terms of cost per rider, over like just
so ridership, especially ridership, that would be my biggest one for sure, and cost recovery if possible. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fleming, I'm going to ask the question of you with all of these questions that have been asked. Do you anticipate being able to have an answer by the time we come back to the flagged items, or will this one be delayed slightly?
Well, through your worship, I think we need to see the outcome of the debate on the flag. If it comes back and it's deferred or taken out of the budget, then that'll be something we'll deal with in 2025. I heard some information requests on here. I think Councillor Blizzard was asking about ridership, and Councillor Abatoye just asked some questions. So those will just be taken as information requests and added to the list.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the next one, which is Parks Growth Plan. And after this one, we will break for lunch. So depending on when you want lunch.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to invite Janelle Hart, Manager of Parks, to join me here at the table. Capital Budget Recommendation 25012, Parks Growth Plan Capital, located on page 212, 219 of your capital budget package. The Parks Growth Plan is a multi-year plan to bring park staff and equipment operations to level that meet the demand of growth. The Parks Growth Plan was prepared earlier this year and presented to City Council as information last April. In 2025, the Parks Growth Plan recommends 2 capital purchases, a new utility tractor and an outdoor ice resurfacer attachment. The utility tractor will improve the park's team versatility. A 5th unit will be added to the city's fleet. 2 attachments, mowing deck and a snow blade, will make the equipment usable year-round. The tractor will be used by existing staff who will otherwise be assigned to line trimming. So if you look at the slide, the green tractor on the left side is what I was just talking about, the utility tractor. The ice resurfacer will improve ice quality in our outdoor rinks. This attachment will be added to existing equipment to shave, maintain, and flood outdoor ice. Park Services currently use an ice edger to help remove bumps on the ice. And you can see with a small edger, it may take some time. This unit will also reduce edging time and provide better ice quality for outdoor ice surfaces, including the outdoor rinks that we have 3 of those, and the snowbank rinks when this is feasible. The resurfacer provides more control and better distribution of water on the ice compared to what we normally use now, which is the hose system. The overall cost of the budget recommendation is $82,500, which include the utility tractor, which is at $56,000, and the ice resurfacer at $26,500. Operating impacts of just under $9,200 in 2025 and just over $14,000 in 2026, with the details in your budget recommendation document. We're available to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take the first question. For the outdoor ice resurfacer, if you're going to be driving that to different ice surfaces, are you going to have a trailer for that, a designated trailer for that as well?
Your Worship, the purpose will be to mount this to a tractor that can move along along the roads, highways, or some of our trails. So basically, what you see here, you'll have a much larger tractor being able to move from rinks to rinks. This is what we see in Strathcona County, how they use it. So we don't need a trailer to move it. It's basically a much larger tractor than this, which it's the ice resurfacer will be mounted on, and it will basically drive from area to area. So when we get to a new rink, then we need to basically clean the tires of the tractor, and then we basically get it on the ice.
So
and sometimes we use the snow for that.
So it would have to be a one with a cabin because the staff are in winter, but is that actually efficient as opposed to actually driving it and taking it off and putting it on? Because none of these rinks are in close proximity.
We believe that it's efficient for us to basically mount this on a tractor. We have a large one that we can be used for this, which is also covered as well, and can basically go and from rinks to rinks throughout the community to do the work. So it's possible.
Okay.
From our operation point of view.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
I was going to have that same question, but going with what you've already said, so that resurfacer must be able to lift up quite a bit off the road. I mean, with the gravel and stuff on our road all winter.
Yeah, that's right. The resurfacer moves up about 6 to 8 inches, but also the tractor itself, where it's mounted, it also lifts it up. So there's a system that basically lifts the entire unit and not just
I was just because I thought you're coming back next year for the next rink, but this will work for all of them then. Yeah. So how often do you resurface though? Like they wouldn't be done like at the arenas every hour. So is it once a day at most rinks?
I will leave this question to
Yes, so through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, yes, it is approximately once each day. The boarded rinks and West River's Edge are resurfaced, and the snowbank rinks, depending on use, once every other day.
So this would go on West River's Edge. It has the ability to go on to the big, where we have the big loops on the pond?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I think if we approve this, which I haven't seen any flags, but I think all the skaters will really like us.
Yeah. Your Worship, to Councillor Blizzard, just to add to the comment, West River Edge, it also depends on the thickness of the ice,
right?
And totally. Then the weight of the tractor and the unit. So we're very careful with that. So we need to achieve a certain amount of thickness in order to sand the equipment on.
Definitely, we don't want it at the bottom, but I think it will be a good addition. I have seen some, haven't skated on them in a long time, but I do know some of the rinks in the area, the outdoor board rinks, can get pretty rough, and I definitely know West River's Edge is pretty rough at times.
Okay. All right, that's the comment. All right, so Councillor Macon, you're next.
Thank you. Just one question. Do we need any modifications to the current rings to allow access for a tractor to get on, or do they all have the ability to open up that wide?
Through your mayor to Councillor Macon, they do all have the access availability.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
So just so I fully understand, until this equipment is purchased, we haven't run a tractor out on the pond at West River's Edge, or we have?
Your worship, to Councillor Kelly, we are running equipment on West River Edge, which is potentially a little bit smaller than what we have now.
Okay, and
Yep.
I know you know this. It's just important for me to repeat it. At 19 years old, I lost a high school chum who was on the local farm slough plowing a skating rink for his 1-year-old son. So extreme caution, and I know you know that, but I just want it on the airways. This stuff is heavy, and when it goes in backwards, not forwards, but backwards. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Round two, I'm still going to come back to the efficiency. Have you evaluated? So, I mean, now you're talking about having somebody drive it down to West River's Edge and I guess drive it up. And I think there's an outdoor rink at Price Alderson Park. And then they're going to drive this to, I don't know, wherever. But you still believe it's more efficient to have it driven as opposed to put it on a trailer, pull it to here, take it off, and because it's a lot of staff time that's consumed with driving.
Your worship, I did not make a comparison or a detailed analysis on the trailer versus being driven. We basically asked other communities like Swartcoona County how they operated, and they found that that worked very well for them to have a unit like this attached to a major tractor that goes from rings to rings. Maybe there's other things you can add, Mrs. Hart.
To your worship, just to add to that, we currently have staff members driving to each rink through the water truck that we utilize to create the snowbank rinks, and so they're able to resurface all of the snowbank rinks within a working day, and so this unit would also be able to access the same. It may take a little bit longer to get there, but it would still be the same amount of staff time to travel there. If we were to put this on a trailer, we would have to look at a smaller piece of equipment because this isn't, the ice resurfacer itself isn't a manual operation. We would have to have a piece of equipment to pull it across the ice.
Okay. What was the other question? I thought at the Leslie McMillan Park in the change room and storage area, is there already not a ice surfacer there?
Through your worship, no. We use a water hose to flood all of our boarded rinks, including Leslie McMillan.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, that looks like all the questions on that one. We're at 11:39, so I'm seeing Mr. Kaiser's head nodding that lunch is here. So we will take a break and back at 12:30. Okay, so it's just a little over 45 minutes. So we are in recess. Okay, the time is 12:30 and we are going to start with the next item. So we'll resume the meeting. And the next item is 25015 Disc Golf Course.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. I'm Brad Babiak, Director of Culture and Recreation Services, and I'm joined in the audience today by my colleague Sheila Gagnon, the Recreation Development Coordinator. I will be presenting the next two capital projects. The first, as you mentioned, is Project 25015 Disc Golf, which is located on page 2-25 of your capital budget package. This is a council-initiated project that was approved for inclusion in the 2025 capital deliberations at the September 10th, 2024 council meeting. This project is for the design and construction of a 9-hole disc golf course to be situated northeast of West River's Edge Brazilian. The amenity would enhance outdoor recreation spontaneous opportunities, and community partners indicated that this is an accessible and low-cost activity that would be attractive to all age demographics. The $50,000 cost is for the design and construction of a 9-hole disc golf course that would consist of designated tee pads, permanent pads at the start of each hole, well-designed baskets, which are metal cages that catch the discs at the completion of each hole, and finally signage and navigation aids to guide players through the course layout. There would be an annual operating impact of $3,100 approximately in 2025 for supplies and equipment. And starting in 2026, there will be an annual contribution of $785 to the reserve for life cycle replacements. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions on this one? Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Mr. Babiak. Just curious if there's been any more discussion with the interest group since we've heard from them last, maybe about membership or getting organized or fundraising initiatives that they plan to undertake in the next little while to help with the project at all.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, no, at this point there'd been no further conversation. They were essentially waiting to see if the project would move forward. What we have been doing in the background, though, is we've started to do some tentative planning that if the project to move forward, we would actually be looking at potential sponsorship opportunities we could offer up if the project proceeded. So, for example, with typical golf courses, you might see a sponsorship sign under each hole. So we'd look at those opportunities to try and mitigate some of the ongoing operational costs, even if a group didn't come forward with necessarily a capital contribution.
Yeah, great. And based on the eagerness of that group, I think it'd definitely be something that they'd be interested in. So, yeah, look forward to seeing where this goes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard?
I just want some clarification on the location. It said northeast of West River's Edge. Where exactly? Do you have like a map? I was trying to, because we're on an angle, it's kind of hard to figure out where exactly.
Through your worship to Council Blizzard, unfortunately, I don't have a map in today's slide deck. But essentially, if you were to visualize West River's Edge and the furthest parking lot closest to the open field, so across the street from the actual pavilion, there's the auxiliary parking lot. It would essentially be straight down that park space. So,
like all beside the pathway that runs
running
there.
Down through there.
So up the hill to some.
That is the potential. Like once we got the design, we'd see what makes sense in terms of the pathways and stuff. But yeah, that would be the space being considered.
And you would design it so that people aren't aiming at people, like, because that's as big as it is. It's not huge either. If someone's throwing a hard frisbee.
Through your worship to Council Blizzard, yeah, absolutely. We'd ensure that the designers considered how they would interact with the trails that are currently there. So to not ideally have tee boxes targeting it going across them or too close. But yeah, and that's some of the opportunity that hill would bring up too, because there's not an actual formal walking or trail space up there. So that could be an opportunity too to get part of the holes really removed from the trails.
And they do talk about it being possible year round. And that's where we've had our ice slide, which has been quite popular. So is that also taken into account to make sure that the ice slide can still be there?
Through your worship, Council, yeah, the ice slide as well as the Nordic trail, Nordic ski trails are all being considered in terms of when we lay it out, and then whether that would be realistic for the potential 4-season amenity or not, or if we look to remove those things to ensure those other amenities aren't disrupted.
Yeah, I've had misgivings about this, but I also feel like it's not a huge cost and even annual upkeep. I'm kind of disappointed that the group that really wants it hasn't done something in the fundraising department or showing some indication. But I do feel this is something that benefits all citizens. So I kind of changed around to not being entirely against it. I don't know if I'm 100% supportive either, but I don't see it as a bad thing.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is, I mean, it's a really little amount, but I'm just curious. The $3,120 operating impact in 2025 for supplies and equipment, I would expect that that will be included in the 50,000. I mean, if you had requested for that in 2026, it makes sense. But if construction is in 2025, why do we have an operating impact in 2025 for supplies and equipment?
Through your worship to Council Abatoy, I think this is indicative of how simple the construction part would be. We're not talking about actually digging up large areas or things where the design would be how we want the course to flow and then putting in some of those fixed amenities like the tee boxes in the baskets. So it could be up and running relatively quickly. And thus we would look to have ensuring garbage is getting picked up and all those things that would. If this was a bigger project that took all summer, we wouldn't expect that, but this could be up and running relatively quickly. If that makes sense.
So I think I'm getting so hung on the equipment in that number. So you're saying that 3,120 could be like garbage bag, those types of things, the supplies. Like what will be included in that amount?
Through your worship, the majority would be parks operations.
Okay.
And then there would be, so that would include like their services, like they would have a little bit more in terms of trimming the basket areas than what they currently do, which would just be generally a mower and just getting through that space. There'd be a little more specific cleanup around parts of the holes and those things. And so that's why it's relatively minor.
Okay.
But also why it could come on earlier than we have with a big project.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm just thinking 2025 is construction. Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, that looks like all the questions on that one, so we'll go on to the next one.
Apologies, my computer just went to sleep. The next project is 25020 Bike Skills Park Design, which is on page 2-29 of your capital budget package. This is a council-initiated project that was initially introduced through the 2024 budget deliberations, where council initiated the motion for a feasibility study of a bike skills park. The study was presented for approval on September 10th, 2024 council meeting, and this project was approved for inclusion in the 2025 capital deliberations. This project is for a Class 2 design work in 2025 for a bike skills park to be located at West River's Edge recreational area behind the Dow Diamonds as a distinct park area. The bike skills park would be a purpose-built facility for all kinds of bicycles, including BMX, mountain, dirt jump, and pedalless bikes. The bike skills park may include pump track, dirt flow trails, jumps, and wooden features. Public and stakeholder consultation indicated that a bike skills park could enhance the city's outdoor recreation opportunities, especially for children and teens, as it provides opportunities for risky play, which allows for the development of not only bike skills, but decision-making abilities, risk analysis, and confidence building, similar to other playgrounds or skateboard parks. The $62,500 is to complete design work to a Class 2 level to meet the city's operating and capital budget policies for capital projects that exceed $500,000, which required two-phase approval. The budget recommendation related to the construction and future operating costs would come forward as part of the 2026 capital budget deliberations, and it would be a Class 5 construction cost of, it currently has a Class 5 construction cost of $587,000 and has been included in the 2025 to 2034 10-year capital plan. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon, you're first.
Thank you. So it's my understanding that with a Class 2 estimate, this also enables us to, makes it easier to go out and find sponsors for this type of project because we were kind of at that place. Is that accurate?
Through your worship, the councillor making that would be accurate, and I'd also include that it would also make it potentially easier to apply to other orders of governments for grant funding, because it again provides a clearer picture of what it is and more cost certainty for them.
Okay, and would you say that we're actively already considering sponsorship opportunities, or would you need a notice of motion for that direction?
Through your worship, the councillor making, we are considering that. Our sponsorship committee is looking at all of the potential amenities we'd have, but we're not actively out engaging with, for example, industry partners at this time. I think that would be one of the things that if the Class 2 went ahead, we would be better positioned to do, because it would again provide more clarity to them what they would be investing in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Blizzard.
So if we go ahead with this and get the design, and then next year, if budget things are tight again, it gets put off, would this design be okay to sit for, if it's decided 2-3 years, and down the road, or is it one where it's not going to apply and it's got to be redone again?
Through your worship, the Council Blizzard, I don't anticipate there would be any major concerns with it sitting on a shelf for a year, as if it needed to be delayed to get that funding, because again, as long as nothing else is approved for that site, the plans would remain the same, and then the level of detail work done should be able to be utilized again with minimal updates, if any.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm next in the speaking order. So the question that I have is, do you think it would take a full year to do the design? And I only ask the question because if we have the design and then we know what the costs are going to be, if we were able to go out and get sponsorship, could it not be advanced? I mean, you get sponsorship and they say, yeah, we'll pay for it. Why couldn't we go forward?
Through your worship, I don't see that wouldn't be an opportunity we could look at if that happened. Right now, we are tentatively built it around the budget timelines, but if the design was done quicker, there would be nothing to prevent us from coming back earlier, especially if there was significant sponsorship towards the project.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. I definitely agree with that thought. So I looked at the source of funding for this project. I see it's grants and reserves, so that makes me happy. So we're just talking about grants. What kind of grants are out there that you think will qualify for, that this project will qualify for?
Through your worship, Councillor Abatoy, right now the initial review hasn't found a lot, but what we would continue to do is look for any new opportunities that might come. We don't think this necessarily aligns with some of the existing ones like after transportation grants, just because it's more of a bike skills park. But we would continue to look at that. And this is where, again, if we have some of our external partners, community partners that are also interested, depending on how we set up the ownership between the city and them, they might be able to apply for nonprofit grants that the city wouldn't be eligible for, such as the Major Community Facility Enhancement Grant. So those are some other ones we could potentially look at. And usually for those particular ones from the province, there is a matching component to it. So the city's investment would be considered for that in addition to whatever the nonprofits did. So we'd look at a variety.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay, that looks like all the questions on that one.
With that, I will now invite Chief Martins of the Fire Service up to present the next projects.
Good, thank you. Moving right along. So the next item is 25026, additional support vehicle SUV.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Todd Martins, the Fire Chief, and here today with me is Deputy Fire Chief Andrew Buchanan, and I will be presenting the next two capital recommendations. Capital Budget Recommendation 25026, Additional Support Vehicle, which is located on page 2-33 of your capital budget package. Administration is recommending the purchase of an additional support vehicle to adjust the disruptions we're seeing with current capacity issues, delays in operations, as well as responding to calls. With increased call volumes, the on-call response community commitments, and sharing of one vehicle across 3 chief officers with the equipment that is needed for us. The demands for this vehicle have increased. In 2025, Council will see a cost of $100,000 for the purchase of the support vehicle, with operating impacts of $3,946. Starting in 2026, there will be also an annual contribution of $16,535 to the reserves for life cycle replacement. And that's it.
Okay, so questions on this one? Go ahead, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, the math on the reserve contribution, annual contribution, puts the lifespan of this vehicle at about 6 years. I think Mr. Schaefer was just mentioning earlier for half-ton vehicle life is 10 to 12 years maybe. So how is this one different that we need to replace it in 6 years' time? Which I imagine by the looks of the numbers, that's what the plan is.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Nguyen. So when we look at our vehicles, we look at a few different things. The wear and tear on our vehicles is a little different from the average pickup that the service trucks would use for roads. We're driving in all different type of weather conditions, very fast, braking very hard. So the life cycle that we tend to see in a lot of our vehicles in the emergency services, it's a little shorter. So we, again, try to do all the maintenance we can and get longevity of the vehicle. And you're looking at 6 to 10 years is kind of the window that we normally are seeing. So we have pushed out vehicles that we currently have out past that 10 years already. So we do every year have a look at that and see what the maintenance piece is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. My first question is the capital projects reserves. What is the balance on that reserve? Because I'm looking at the purpose of that reserve, and it's to fund capital projects identified in the annual capital budget. So why wouldn't this be funded from there?
So to answer the question why it's not funded from the capital budget is because we have a base budget in our budget for pay-as-you-go funding. So we've already got that budget established from prior years. The capital budget we're forecasting, the capital projects reserve, we're forecasting about 5.3 million as a balance in that reserve.
Okay, thank you. Well, we're still gonna have a conversation about the annual fund and capital funding, so I'll just leave it at that. But thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So, the question that I have for you, okay, so you have one pickup truck right now, so that, correct? So just kind of walk me through what you have and who uses them. Are they kept at the station? Are they allowed to be taken home? Are they allowed to be taken outside the city? Just walk me through that.
Sure, to your worship. So exactly, we have an on-call response. So myself and the deputy chief, we're on call. So we rotate that on call, and when we are on call, we do take a vehicle home for that period. We're on for 7 days, and then off for 7 days for on call. I also have an on-call piece with emergency management as well. I don't take a vehicle home for that piece though. And then any of the other type of work that we do as far as with our industry partners, the meetings we attend, as well as just the day-to-day operations in the city. Our personal vehicles don't have radios in them and equipment and lights. They're not deckled. And so when we are out and about or through our day-to-day, we're still in a position of response for certain types of incidents. So with the one, there's 2 of us that all are currently using our personal vehicles a lot of the time. And then the other piece that we do see lots is the contaminants when we go to a lot of the events. The pickup truck we currently have is used to bring back soiled hose or contaminated apparatus or gear, and this vehicle would be used for the same for the inside for when we are going to different types of the training or if we're coming back from calls.
Okay, but I just want to confirm, so when you're taking it home though, and you decide to go get groceries or something, are you taking it for that?
Your worship, no. It goes home and it stays at home until there's a need to use it for a call response.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm what the actual use is.
You betcha.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions on that one, so we'll move on.
The next capital budget recommendation is 25027, additional support vehicle side-by-side ATV, which is located on page 2-37 of your capital package. Administration is recommending an additional support vehicle side-by-side ATV with increased call volumes for both fire and medical services along the river valley, and with some of the enhanced amenities that we've seen. Fire services having some challenges with our ability to access certain areas within our jurisdiction. With this purchase in 2025, the side-by-side ATV with the wildland skid package will allow us faster and improved response to wildland fire emergencies that we've had, as well as for medical response. This will also help with quicker knockdown with the wildlands, like I said, and patient care along the trails when supporting EMS. In 2025, Council will see a purchase of the additional support vehicle side-by-side for $100,000 with an annual operating impact of $2,430. Starting in 2026, there will be an annual contribution of $16,535 from reserves for the life cycle replacement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Macon.
Chief Martins, can you describe for me how this vehicle would be deployed? Is it a medical emergency comes out on the river valley and this thing is driving over there? Does it have its own trailer? I'm just having a hard time understanding how this would be deployed in a emergency time critical situation.
Your worship, through to Councillor Megan. So this in the 100,000, it'll be for the 6x6 unit that you see, the wildland unit with the stretcher capability on the right hand side, and then part of that is a trailer to haul this. When we receive a call for a medical emergency with Assist EMS, we would hook this up and pull it to the scene and then deploy where needed. Same thing with a wildland fire. We've seen in the past, our current truck is an F-350 dually and it just can't get into some of the areas. So it's taking longer for us to stretch hose and finding water sources. So this gives us the ability when we get on scene to get into some of the areas and knock down the fire a lot quicker that we can't with that F-550 dually that we have. So it'll be in a trailer when we get there and unloaded.
So is the trailer like hooked up all the time to a vehicle, or you would require time to do that before deploying?
Your worship, through to Council Megan. So it's wouldn't be hooked up all the time. We have a couple of trailers that we tow. So we have the vehicle that pulls that vehicle for those trailers. So they do have to just quickly hook up, but they're inside the building, but right behind that vehicle. It doesn't take a lot of time.
I guess one last comment then is, or question, how many times in the last year could you have used this, do you think?
Well, for the wildland side, we had about 102 either smoke investigations or response to wildland fires. So we would have used them at the majority of the confirmed wildland. We just had one the other day where we were helping out Dow with fire along the train tracks. We couldn't get our trucks in anywhere. With the help of Strathcona County, they came out and gave us a hand with some of the equipment that they had. So this vehicle would have been great to just drive down the tracks and put the fire out. So inside the municipality along the river valley, same thing. It would have helped for a majority of those calls. As far as the EMS and medical, currently we're walking in by foot with a stretcher, and we're walking out with the patient. And sometimes, depending on the severity of the call, even if it's 2 or 3 blocks, or sometimes when you're back in those trailers, it's not the easiest to extract a patient just on a backboard. So
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, Councillor Macon asked relatively along the lines of what I was going to ask, and just to follow up about the emergency medical response then in these hard to access areas. What have the statistics look like for that in particular? I think you mentioned 110 for wildfires, smoke related, but have we really been able to use something like this over the past couple of years, and how many incidents would that have looked like?
Your worship, through to Council Nguyen, I don't have the exact off the top of my head. They come in a number of different ways, because we could get paid for a mutual aid assist for EMS, RCMP. So they don't just come in with, you need your 6x6, or sometimes it'll come in as a medical assist. So we'd have to dive further into that. However, this year alone, off the top of my head, I do know that we did about 14 where this would have been utilized with EMS if we would have had it. So, and they were quite severe calls that we went to with trauma to the patient.
Yeah, in those instances, something like this could be critical to save life. And I'm sure if we, if prove more amenities like a bike skills park, there's going to be an increased need for something like this. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, I'm next in the speaking order. So I have to assume by the look of this, it's basically a spring, summer, or maybe fall. You wouldn't use this in the winter.
Your worship, we probably would use it in the winter if we needed to. That skid package can come out. It would just depend on the type of call at the time. If we were needed, if someone was snowshoeing, and we could get into an area, as long as the tires were capable to do that, we would definitely consider using it. Yes.
So a different type of vehicle wouldn't be more beneficial, like, because you have a bush truck right now, right?
Correct. That with the bush truck that we currently have, it's just being that it's that F550, the dually, it just doesn't go into some of the places that we can get into with this. It doesn't have that capability to get into some of the smaller trails that we're seeing.
Okay. I'm struggling with this one right now, but I'll wait and hear from the others. Councillor Kelly?
Mayor Katcher, with your permission, first of all, I apologize for being late. I went to the bank to confirm a money transfer this morning with a confirmation in my hand that it had happened, only have the bank tell me that 4 months ago they closed the account and didn't notify me. Anyway, it's sorted out, but it took half an hour. If I may, Mayor Katcher, I'd like to back up to the proposed SUV. I just walked in as you were talking about it.
Yep, that's fine. You can go back and ask questions.
You bet. Thank you. Fire Chief, I just heard you reference a 550 dually. That's certainly a big vehicle. But I also, when I was on the site on Saturday afternoon, there's what looks to me like a 3/4 ton diesel. It's got a few years on it, but it's, I don't know, 7 or 8 years old would be my guess. You also have that truck. What other light duty trucks do you have at your disposal?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So the vehicle you're speaking to is used to pull the boat that we currently have, and that vehicle is also used to pull the trailers out back that we have. So there's 2 trailers out back, the emergency management as well as the rehab trailer that we deploy for any major fires. That's what that vehicle is used for. So we don't use that vehicle operationally. If I would take that vehicle out, then we'd have no other vehicles to pull operations for the boat. So that's why that vehicle is there for those purposes.
Thank you. And that's kind of what I assumed it was for when I saw it, which gets me to the SUV. I'm going to ask council to refer it, and I'm going to tell you why, and we can talk about it. I don't want to use up time today. I think rather than the SUV, another 3/4 ton crew cab designed to pull heavier trailers and still haul people comfortably would do the needs of your SUV, but also serve as backup for pulling your command center or your trailers and your boat. And a couple of those trailers are pretty good size. So that's my thinking, Fire Chief. I think a 3/4 ton properly equipped would be perhaps even cheaper than this and more functional. And if council will allow me to refer it, that's great. We can have a talk in a day or two, and you can address my concerns at that time.
Okay, that would be flagged. Does anybody have any concerns?
I said referred. I meant flagged. Thank you.
Okay.
No problem.
That's fine. It can be flagged. Anything on the ATV?
Are you anticipating purchasing the ATV as is shown in the picture with the skid pack in the back?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, no. So we'll purchase the ATV, lights, the radio will go in there, and then the skid package they build separate, and then we put in and we bolt it in so we have the functionality of taking it in and out.
Which gets me to my concern. if the skid pack is bolted in so you can trundle down a rough trail and use it, and a call comes in for an evacuation, it's going to take your team, I don't know, a number of minutes at a minimum to unbolt the skid pack, perhaps load the unit on a trailer and get it on site. I'm struggling with it as well, Mayor Catcher. And I hate to flag everything in this flipping budget, and so I'll toss it out and see what the rest of council has to say. I propose we flag it. If somebody has a concern with that, let me know, please.
Does anybody have a problem with flagging it? No, we'll bring that one back for discussion too. Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to, thank you. The next one, water tower refurbishment.
Hello, Your Worship and Council. My name is Sadie Miller, and I am presenting an overview of the Utilities and Sustainability Department's 2025 capital budget recommendations. In the audience today is Brad McDonald, Manager of Utility Operations, who can support with any questions. The first capital budget recommendation is 25008, Water Tower Refurbishment, which can be found on page 2-41 of your capital budget package. The city's water tower is a functional component of the city's water system and an iconic landmark within the community. Although the water tower currently provides an operational benefit within the city's water distribution system, its function can be replicated at the West Park Reservoir once scheduled upgrades are completed in about 10 years. Administration is recommending that the water tower remain operational until West Park Reservoir upgrades are completed, at which point the water tower can be decommissioned and transitioned into a landmark. To keep the water tower in good structural condition, some maintenance is required, including repainting, new parging on the concrete footings, and repair work and cladding on the central column. $1.15 million is recommended to complete this work. In addition to structural maintenance, this project recommends $150,000 be used to reinstall a mural on the tower. Specifics related to the mural will be discussed after the 2025 budget deliberations. The total capital budget recommendation for the water tower refurbishment project is $1.3 million in 2025, with an ongoing operating impact of $53,500, which ensures the long-term structural upkeep of the tower. Open to any questions at this point.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation. My only question is about the LGFF. So just going back to page 1-5, it says that the ineligible activities, and one of it is the beautification and cosmetic activities. So if we're going to be refurbishing the water tower, not to use as a water tower, but just to be used as a landmark, will that still qualify under the LGFF?
So we've allocated the mural part because that's more beautification artwork to the art reserve. And then from my understanding, and Sadie can correct me, is that the new painting and the refurbishment is to extend the life of the water tower. So that qualifies under LGFF.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to be sure that we don't come back and say, oh, we don't qualify to use this under this grant. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, just a couple questions, and might be just need to refresh my memory because I know we saw this recently. So 1.3 million is going to be for the upkeep. The reserve funds, what's the longevity of the repairs and maintenance that are going to be done to it, and when would we be expecting to see a reserve fund withdrawal for future repairs? 25 years, or are we looking at 30, 50 years?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, the maintenance is expected to be reoccurring on a 20 to 25 year basis.
Okay, thanks for that. And then, how can I? So $150,000 is just for the art, so that doesn't have anything to do with maintenance whatsoever. It would still be basically painted and repairs done to that section of it. So if we're putting in $150,000 in this budget, then I'm just confused about the order if we're talking about what we're going to do with that after, and why we wouldn't be deciding on that maybe as a different proposal right now. Yeah, maybe you can add some color to that.
Through your worship.
Right, if we approve it right now and then we don't know what we're doing with it.
Absolutely. So from a technical standpoint, the tower does need to be repainted either way. So for utilities, we could paint it one color and that serves our structural maintenance purposes. The $150,000 is put in as essentially to bolster the artwork that's on the tower. And the Utilities and Sustainability Department is partnering with Community and Protective Services to propose some options for artwork for Council's consideration at a future date. So that $150,000, I guess, serves dual purposes. It would be artwork plus the technical requirements.
So it gets the ball rolling, essentially. And then so if this does get approved, then we'd probably be seeing you early next year for a discussion on mural designs and whatnot. Is that kind of...
I believe the intent is to come forward in Q1, but Ms. Smith-Duguid or Mr. Edgington could confirm.
Through your worship to Councillor Noyen, administration has assembled an internal working group and is currently working through the options for Council's consideration on replacement of the mural, and as Sadie had mentioned, will be before Council in Q1 next year.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Not a whole lot of questions, just a comment. I do like the artwork that's on there now, or this is going to get laughs, but I really do think, I've mentioned this a couple of times, a giant sheep. Now, if you took this and painted it right, this could be an attraction, and I think it would draw people. Just saying.
You're done. That is just bad. Councillor Kelly?
I can hardly wait till the debate, Councillor. I remember when the mural was put on the water tower, I believe the budget for that was $26,000. At the time, I remember feeling pretty cheesed because I thought that was very, very expensive. I can tell you now that it's something that I cherish about our town. So if you want to change the artwork, you're going to have to do a good sales job, because I, like Councillor Blizzard, am pretty attached to what we have. Now, having said that, which isn't really a question, the question I have gets back to, and I know we talked about this before lunch, Mr. Fleming, but between the team, if we spend $1.3 million today, 25 years from now, we anticipate we're going to need to spend 3 times that amount just due to inflation to bring this thing up to speed again. Will it last forever if we do that on a 20-year or 25-year rotation? Or is there an end of life that you can see for this thing? For instance, the concrete piles that are holding it for, like, there's got to be some end of life on the horizon or in the future.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I'm going to invite Brad McDonald to come up and answer that, as he's done a lot of work on this project.
Okay.
Good day, Mayor and Council. Through your worship to Council. In the assessment that they conducted in 2023 and completed in 2024, they did look at the longevity of the tower and the life cycle of the tower. And what they found was, provided it was protected and preserved, essentially, that we're doing the maintenance and upkeep on it, that there was no evidence of deterioration, that it wasn't as if it was on a place on that curve where it's just going and going and going, that it does have decades worth of life left, is fair to say. So the tower, if we complete this maintenance cycle and continue the upkeep, would easily make its century and would likely continue on to 150 years and beyond that, possibly. So there was no end of life given for that tower.
Okay, that helps. Thank you, Brad. That's all.
Okay, that looks like all the questions on that one. All right, thank you. Okay, utilities growth plan. Sadie and Brad.
The next recommendation is 25023 Utilities Growth Plan, which is located on page 2-45 of your capital budget package. The Utilities Growth Plan is a multi-year approach to bring utilities resources to levels that meet the demands of growth and was provided as information to Council in September. This recommendation captures the two capital items identified in that document for 2025, the purchase of a half-ton truck and a system-wide SCADA upgrade. The recommended half-ton truck purchase is connected to an operating budget recommendation for a utility operator position. As our community grows, so do the assets that the utility team is responsible for installing, maintaining, and repairing. A designated vehicle for this operator ensures the whole team can cover more ground and advance essential tasks simultaneously. The last piece of the utilities growth plan is a system-wide SCADA upgrade. SCADA systems relay critical information between station controls and sensors throughout our utility network. This system monitors key data such as water levels, pump functionality, and water pressure, and alerts our operations team if there are issues within the system. This SCADA upgrade is recommended to increase security and the overall capabilities of the system by replacing obsolete hardware and incorporating software upgrades. The total cost of the Utilities Growth Plan capital budget recommendation is $190,000, with an additional $12,000 in ongoing operating impacts. And I will take any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. So just want to confirm that the annual capital funding portion of 19,000 is actually from the utilities rates. Like, I know we usually have like our budget usually has like a utilities portion, and so that's annual capital funding is from the utilities portion.
In a long story short, yes, we do an allocation back to the utilities to capture it in the rates.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? We should have had lunch much sooner. Okay, that looks like no questions on that. So thank you very much. So now we move on. Let's see. You win at 2 minutes. 10-year capital. What?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
Mr. Eamon.
To your worship, yes, that concludes our presentation of the 2025 capital budget. Unless council has any further questions, we can proceed right into the presentation of the 10-year capital plan.
Okay, that's fine. We'll move ahead.
Okay, I'll now present an overview of the proposed 10-year capital plan for years 2025 through 2034 inclusive. Information on the 10-year capital plan is in section 3 of the capital budget document. I just note there are 2 versions of the plan included, a complete and fully updated version starting on page 3-1. In addition to planned spending on capital projects, this version includes forecasts of planned capital funding sources, along with impacts to operations, property taxes, and debt usage. There is also a track changes version of the plan starting on page 3-4. Changes to the plan since council last adopted it in December 2023 are shown in red. And this version also includes the horizon list, which I'll present in more detail later in my presentation. And as a reminder, at the conclusion of my presentation, council may ask administration clarifying questions and or flag items to be brought back for later discussion. And again, the directors responsible for capital projects within the 10-year capital plan are here to assist. The 2025-2034 capital plan is a flexible multi-year planning tool that the city uses to plan for and track its investment in capital assets. It includes approximately $329.1 million in total planned spending and corresponding funding for city projects over the entire 10-year period. In addition, there are approximately $77 million in developer levy-funded projects, which are identified separately. The 10-year capital plan incorporates the goals and initiatives of the strategic plan, as well as other multi-year plans and studies which are cross-referenced in notes provided within the document. The plan has been prepared in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, which requires council to review and update the plan on an annual basis, and it adheres to the city's operating and capital budgets policy. As per the policy, council is scheduled to perform another review of the 10-year capital plan, along with updates in June of next year. The 10-year capital plan breaks down into 5 major asset categories as shown. The majority at 45% consist of engineering structures, followed by buildings at 24%, developer levy projects at 19%, vehicles, machinery, and equipment at 9%, and land improvements at 3%. In the next few slides, I'll highlight some key projects within each of the major asset categories, covering the entire 10-year period. Engineering structures, the largest category, includes approximately $184 million in total projected costs. Significant projects include the ongoing annual programs for local road and neighborhood rehabilitation, which together account for approximately $105 million, or 57% of the total costs in this category. The Veterans Way corridor widening and pedestrian crossings north and south projects for $42.4 million is a multi-year project. Design for the widening and north crossing projects is scheduled for 2028 and in 2030 for the south crossing. Construction on the north and south crossings are scheduled to be completed in 2029 and 2031, respectively, while the widening project is scheduled to be completed in 2033. The alternate waterline project for $25 million includes an estimated $1.2 million for design costs and $23.8 million for construction. As already mentioned, administration will be bringing back a budget recommendation to council in 2025 for design budget approval. And the sump pump retrofit program is a 10-year program with $6 million in total projected costs. Vehicles, machinery, and equipment include total planned expenditures of approximately $36 million. The city's annual fleet and equipment lifecycle replacement is the largest project within the category at $17.3 million. The Enterprise Resource Planning, or ERP, implementation project for $5.4 million sees the future replacement of Microsoft Dynamics GP. This is the city's main software for providing core business processes such as accounting, property taxes, utility billing, payroll, purchasing, etc. Timing and planning for the project is based on recommendations stemming from the ERP assessment report that was completed late 2023. It is anticipated that the implementation will cover multiple years from 2026 through 2029. Administration will be presenting a 2025 operating budget recommendation in November for pre-RFP activities, which must be completed prior to the ERP implementation. Other key projects within this category include equipment lifecycle replacements for fire, information technology, and culture. Funding for these replacements are generally done through the vehicle and equipment lifecycle replacement reserves. Moving on to buildings. Total projected costs for buildings are approximately $99 million. Major projects in this category include construction of the new aquatics facility at the DCC, the planning and construction of the new arena at the DCC, and the new fire station planning and construction. The 10-year capital plan also includes $10.5 million in projected total costs for land and land improvements. Key projects in this category include Heritage Trails Park Phase 2, cemetery expansion, the materials handling site design, the Bike Skills Park design and construction, and transit bus stop improvements. Developer levy projects represent the new construction as well as above and below ground infrastructure located within the city's growth areas. These projects are fully funded through developer levies, which is why they're presented separately from city projects within the 10-year capital plan. Total projected costs of $77 million include the South Annex Lands Reservoir for $41.5 million, along with future work plan for various intersections, roadways, sanitary and drainage systems within the city limits. Pursuant to the operating and capital budgets policy, the city maintains a horizon list of capital projects currently excluded from the 10-year capital plan. The list is shown on page 3-7 of the capital budget document. These are projects that may not have a specified capital funding source, or they may have an insufficiently refined scope, cost, or business case. Council is required by policy to review the Horizon list as part of the annual budget process to determine whether capital projects listed should remain on the list, be removed, or moved for inclusion within the 10-year capital plan. Currently, there are 15 capital projects listed, with a few notable items including the Harbor Pool repurpose and demolition, intersection interchange and industrial bypass, Public Works operational sites, the South Annex Lands Reservoir Phase 2, and the snow dump regarding land acquisition and construction. In the next couple slides, I'll highlight some key financial impacts arising from the 10-year capital plan, starting with a breakdown of the planned funding sources over the entire 10-year period. So just moving left to right, debt borrowing makes up 32% of total proposed funding. Most of this borrowing occurs in 2026 and 2027, with approximately $92 million allocated to 3 major construction projects: the new aquatics facility, the alternate water source, and the new fire station. More details on the city's proposed debt usage will be shared on the next slide. Next, municipal reserves make up 18% of total funding. The city's municipal reserves are established and maintained under the financial reserves policy. Reserves provide the most flexible source of funding for capital projects and are most appropriate for funding the maintenance and replacement of infrastructure and equipment, along with support funding for major construction projects. Grant funding makes up 14% of the total. This includes the Local Government Fiscal Framework Capital Grant and the Canada Community Building Fund Capital Grant. Future capital grants have been estimated based on current funding levels and utilize the most current information the city has available. Annual capital funding accounts for 17% of total funding, and this is represented by ongoing funding from operations and is primarily used to fund the city's annual capital programs, such as the local road and neighborhood rehab projects. And developer levy reserves account for 19%. These funds are externally restricted for use by developer levy projects only. And finally, 1% is provided from trade-in values and proceeds on disposal of equipment. This graph shows the proposed future impacts of the 10-year capital plan on the city's debt and debt servicing usage. The flat green line represents the city's internally imposed debt and debt service limits established by the city's debt management policy. The internal limits are 75% of the provincially regulated limits. The blue and yellow lines represent the anticipated percentage of debt limits and debt servicing limits used respectively. So as you can see on the graph, the city's debt usage, represented by the blue line, peaks in 2027 due to funding the 3 major construction projects I mentioned. After 2027, the debt usage begins to decline and stabilize as the projects complete and the debt begins to be repaid over time. Debt usage also sees an increase in 2030 and 2031 due to the new arena at the DCC Capital Project. Debt servicing represents the associated costs of borrowing, including principal and interest payments. Debt servicing usage, indicated by the yellow line, peaks and drops in step with the debt usage. However, changes to it are reflected a year earlier due to being calculated in advance of the actual borrowing. And this concludes my presentation of the 10-year capital plan. The directors responsible for capital projects, along with the budget team, are here to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go first. I don't have any questions regarding really the projects, and because each one of those will get discussed in the year that they come forward. But I guess the question that I have, so as you're talking about debt financing, where all the funding's coming from, so as you look to the horizon, and we know there's an $11.5 billion plus projects that are coming on with our industrial partners, and we know after the first 5 years, once they commission, and we'll get 20% of their revenues. Have we accounted for any of that within our projections?
To your worship, the short answer to that is no. It's very preliminary at this point to even try to estimate those revenues at this point, in terms of both timing and quantity. So no, we do not have any of those factored into the 10-year capital plan at this point. Once we have more firmer information in terms of when it could be collected and how much, then we can start to integrate that into the years within the 10-year capital plan that we can.
So I guess the second question that I have is, when would we actually start looking at some of the analysis on that? Because we know when the grants are going to come off. We know when some of them have talked about when they anticipate phase one commissioning, and once they start commissioning, then they're required to pay 20% until the second part of the incentive grant is done. So should we not be doing any analysis?
To your worship, so the analysis of when the city could expect that 20% in taxes would be based on the operational dates of these particular projects. At this point, we have a date, which has been part of their application process to the Heartland Incentive Program. But in terms of when the taxes will start flowing into the city will be based on actual operational dates. At this point, we could estimate it, but it'd be very, very high level at this point.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Some couple comments. The first one, the planning for the proposed new fire hall. Is it anticipated that the planning will include at least 2 and maybe 3 realistic alternatives to the fire hall, or are we just planning for one building? Because I'm not sure that's coming back, and the planning is coming back in front of council. So,
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So when the station scope study is complete, what we're proposing is 3 options.
Sorry?
We're proposing 3 options in that study. It would be your basic, mid-level, and then your multi-use, which would encompassing everything.
That's what I was hoping for. Thank you. Just wanted to confirm. And then a question probably for Mr. Fleming, and it doesn't have to be answered today, Troy. A new ice surface at the Dow Center, and while I can't argue against it, I continue to have concerns about the hollowing out of the part of Fort Saskatchewan that exists on the north side of Highway 21. So I just like you guys, administration, to give that some thought as this thing progresses through the channels. And maybe it would be appropriate for council to have some sort of discussion on it when it's convenient in the next 10 or 11 or 12 months, just to wrap a picture around how it is we're going to develop one side of the town versus the other, and what we're planning on doing to preserve the existing older parts of Fort Saskatchewan.
Yeah, through your worship. So I noted in my introduction, with that project coming into the 5-year window, there is a certain number of steps that we're supposed to start taking. I don't know that there's a timeline attached to it, but there is some work that administration will look to undertake. And I do think that council will be a part of that at some point, where there'll be a conversation that comes back. But because this is the first major capital project that where I think we've kind of done it 5 years out like this. It's kind of our first time through it, so sort of learning as we go, but we will keep that in mind. And we will keep in mind too, sort of the north part and the south part of town. We are putting 20+ million into the JRC right now as we speak. So we've been kind of cognizant of that as helping out the older and revitalizing the older part of town. But I know there's also a desire for having twin rinks. Not saying you have to do it at the DCC, but the multi-use components of the DCC, there are some synergies there. So I think that's why it's always been assumed that's where it might end up.
And thank you. I don't want to waste time today to discuss it, but maybe what I should consider is a proper notice of motion so that we can get this in front of council. some months down the road and maybe have a more fuller discussion around the subject.
Yeah, that would be okay, but also just allow Mr. Edgington's. I've sort of tasked him with taking a look at that policy, going, okay, what are the steps, what are the things we have to do to meet the policy requirements of the 5-year planning window. So if you give us a bit of, maybe follow up with me in a month or two, and we can give you a sense for what our intent is.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Vitoye.
Thank you. My question is about the harbor pool. Is it anticipated that we're going to be running 2 pools in the next 10 years? Because I'm wondering why the harbor pool demolition is not in the 10-year capital plan, but it's on the horizons list. And as a follow-up, I was wondering why you're still sitting down. Okay, as a follow-up to that, what is the timeline for the end of the life cycle for harbor pool? Is it within the next 10 years?
Through your worship, the Councillor Avatoy, thank you for the question. No, there is no intention to run 2 pools simultaneously. The intention is when the DCC expansion is done, we will then, and basically ready to open, Harbor Pool will close at that time. As indicated in the slide deck, the Harbor Pool currently is on the horizon list. But it actually ties to the comment Councillor Kelly brought up about looking at our current amenities and what's going to be done with them. And our harbor pool is one of those things we have to eventually make a decision on, whether it gets repurposed or demolished, because it could be repurposed to continue on as a different type of recreation facility or some kind of other city facility. So that'll be part of that. And as an administration, we are trying to do some of that work in planning and thinking about the longer term view of the city. We're also at the 10-year point for the the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So we're also giving thought to that as a vehicle to which to establish some of those things. Is what is the need in the city? Where should some of those facilities be? What we might necessarily need to do, including with our parks and open sports fields, to maintain those in the long term, and as well as with the potential growth coming down, where do we identify spaces for that? So it is on our radar to kind of do some of that work. We just haven't been ready to bring it to council yet. So that'll be a recommendation we'll continue to look at over the next year.
Right. So I understand, but it's not an option to not do anything about it. It's something that we have to do something about in the next 10 years. And that's why I'm questioning it being on a horizons list and not on a 10-year capital plan.
Through your worship, the capital, yeah, it probably could have been brought up, but at this point we weren't sure at what point we'd be taking or looking to move that forward, and so we're kind of continuing to work on that. And
so you need more information before you're able to put it on there. Okay, got it. Thank you.
It is a potential will get updated for the June capital plan.
Okay, thank you. So that looks like everything. So flagged items. So Sandy.
Thank you very much, Your Worships. Through you to all of Council, we have a total of 6 flagged items, and I'll just go over them quickly. The first one is a general capital budget flagged item, and this has to do with the city's strategy for funding capital projects through the annual capital funding mechanism versus reserves. So that broader conversation that City Manager Mr. Fleming spoke to. Second one is on the Fleet Edition forklift. And this is a question about the potential for purchasing an electric forklift and also extending the life cycle beyond 10 years. What is the feasibility of that? The next one is on the new aquatics facility. And this is a question on the financial smoothing strategies that might relate to this project. This one will be brought forward as part of the operating budget, but we captured it today. The fourth one is the new local transit buses, and this is basically to consider deleting or deferring that specific project. The next one is the additional support vehicle, SUV. That is also a consideration for deleting or deferring that project. And finally, the additional support vehicle side-by-side ATV, and that is also to consider deleting or deferring the project. In addition to the flagged items, we've also captured 2 information requests. One is about more detailed information on the expected operating costs of the new aquatics facility. And the second one is on transit ridership. So the usage of current buses and ridership, information on how the city's ridership and cost recovery compares to that of other municipalities, and the cost of renting buses rather than purchasing buses. So that is what we have captured.
Okay, so just so that I'm clear though, your number 3 item, the aquatics facility, we won't be discussing initially as a flagged item. We will hold that flagged item until the operating, correct, Mr. Fleming?
Through your worship, if that's okay,
Yep.
we can, but there is a plan, budget recommendation specifically for it coming in November.
Good. Okay, and then I don't think so.
We had combined that one with the first larger conversation on the strategy. So that was captured as being combined. However, if there's something missing, we can always look at making a separate flag.
Okay, so then next steps, October 21st, we would deal with the flagged items.
Yeah, through your worship, there's only the 2 business days between now and Monday morning. But we'll do our best to get the information request back to council by email before the next meeting as per our normal process. And then the flags will just come back one at a time. I'm probably going to ask just timing wise, because I've actually got a couple meeting conflicts and our transit supervisor has a meeting conflict. So start the day off with the flag about the transit buses at 9 a.m.
You can put them any way
so
you
we might
like
play
on
with the order of them. Just keep that in mind, and then I'll actually be stepping out for a brief period of time on Monday as well. But otherwise, it's just we go through each one. Council may or may not make a motion when the flag comes back.
Okay. Anything else? And if nothing else, I am going to adjourn this meeting at 1:36. Thank you very much.
What was the answer?